Hello and welcome back to ROADTRIpVIA. Today we have the long haul number 9. The long haul trivia quizzes are a month's worth of trivia, in this case 30 days, with 20 questions each day, all smashed into one long trivia quiz. We've taken out the intros and we've taken out the outros. All that you'll have today, once I stop talking, is just questions. 600 questions to be exact. Let's get started. Question number 1. After the December 7th, 1941 sneak attack on Pearl Harbor, the Library of Congress decided to transfer the original Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights to a more secure location. Where were these irreplaceable historical documents stored during World War II? They were all stored in Fort Knox in Kentucky. Question number 2. In 2013, the Friends of Lava protested the construction of a road in Iceland, claiming it would disturb protected and culturally important habitats. The Supreme Court of Iceland halted the project for 1.5 years until a compromise allowed it to continue. What creatures were the subject of this protest? They did not want it to disturb the habitat of the elves. Question number 3. In 200 BC, contracts were signed with fingerprints. Iranian physician Rashid al-Din Hamadani said the Chinese identified people by their fingerprints. Experience shows that no two individuals have fingers exactly alike. Chimpanzees, gorillas, and what other animal has unique fingerprints? Obviously humans, but what other animal? The answer is koalas. Koalas have unique fingerprints. Question number 4. Chinese brides usually do not wear white because in their culture it is a color associated with sadness and death. Wedding dresses of a color representing joy and celebration have been tradition since the Ming Dynasty over 650 years ago. What color do Chinese women usually wear on their wedding day? The answer is red. Question number 5. Canada's National Day celebrates the anniversary of Canadian Confederation, when the colonies of the United States, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick were united into a single dominion called Canada within the British Empire. The date became a legal holiday in 1879. What day is Canada Day? Unless it falls on a Sunday, the answer is July 1st. If it does, then July 2nd becomes the holiday. Question number 6. A story about the Earl of Sandwich is that he was an inveterate gambler who hated having to leave the card table for meals. So he had his servants bring him meat between 2 slices of bread, a sandwich. The Polynesian island chain also once bore his name. What are the Sandwich Islands known as today? Formerly the Sandwich Islands, we know them today as the Hawaiian Islands. Question number 7. As of 2023, this female singer-songwriter's net worth is approximately $740 million and is surpassed only by Rihanna. She's come a long way from picking praying mantis pods out of Christmas trees on her small family tree farm in Pennsylvania. Who is this singer-songwriter? The answer is Taylor Swift. Question number 8. This fibrous protein is the main component of hair, nails, the upper layer of skin, claws, feathers, beaks, horns, hooves, the shells of turtles, tortoises and terrapins, and spider silk. A deficiency of it may cause these body parts to be brittle and grow slowly, and hair or fur may fall out. What is this substance? The answer is keratin. Question number 9. One of the most famous and valuable paintings in the world is Leonardo da Vinci's portrait of Lisa Gherardini, wife of Florentine silk merchant Francesco del Giocondo. She was called La Giocondo, or Mrs. Giocondo, and so was her portrait. But now it is better known by the Italian for My Lady Lisa, or what? My Lady Lisa, or Mona Lisa. Question number 10. Historically, a duel was fought between two people to settle a point of honor. Unlike a shootout, it was formally arranged with matched weapons, usually swords or pistols, and strict rules. In The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, the climactic scene is a three-man duel. What is this kind of fight called? A three-man duel is specifically called a truel. But if you said Mexican standoff, I will count it. Question number 11. Maine was part of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts until 1820, when it became a separate state and entered the U.S. as number 23. It is bordered by the Gulf of Maine on the southeast, New Brunswick, Canada on the northeast, and Quebec, Canada on the northwest. What is the only state that borders Maine? Maine is the only state that has one state bordering it. That state is New Hampshire. Question number 12. Daintree Forest, about 65 miles north of Cairns, contains some of the earliest land plants, including ancient ferns, club mosses, and conifers. In fact, the forest is 180 million years old and coexisted with the dinosaurs. On what continent would you find this most ancient rainforest on Earth? Daintree Rainforest is in Australia. Question number 13. Wimbledon is the world's oldest and most respected tennis tournament, so it is not the kind of sporting event to find fans in face paint. Suits and ties for men and summery dresses for women are traditional. The present Wimbledon club colors were introduced in 1909 and are dark green and what? Those club colors are dark green and purple. Question number 14. Dolly the sheep was the first mammal to be successfully cloned in Scotland in 1996. The first dog to be cloned was Snuppy, born in 2005 in South Korea. The first dog to be cloned on American soil was Nubia in 2016, and what Hollywood celebrity's dog Sammy, who died in 2017, was cloned twice? What was the name of the celebrity? Her name was Barbara Streisand. Question 15. Squab typically weigh between 12 and 16 ounces. The name may be from the Swedish skvab, meaning loose, fat flesh, yet they don't fly, making the meat very tender. The meat is dark and said to have a delicate flavor. The small birds are not a separate species, but are the young of what familiar bird? It sounds terrible because it's a young pigeon. Squab is young pigeon. Question number 16. Franz Reichelt, a French tailor, wished to invent a suit for aviators that converted into a parachute. His experiments with dummies were successful, so in 1912 he tried to jump himself. His parachute failed and he fell 187 feet, which proved fatal. From what famous landmark did he jump? The answer is the Eiffel Tower. Question number 17. Vanilla is the bean of an orchid from around the Gulf of Mexico. The Aztecs used it to sweeten their bitter chocolatl. Until the mid-1800s, Mexico was the chief producer of vanilla, but the orchid was planted on several Indian Ocean islands and thrived. What country is now the largest producer of vanilla? The answer is Madagascar. Question number 18. This cutting implement was used in Mesopotamia 3,000 to 4,000 years ago and made of bronze. A pivoted type was developed in Rome about 100 AD. The tool soon became common in China, Japan, and Korea and is the ancestor of the type used today. What is this cutting tool referred to as a pear? This singular cutting tool is referred to as a pair of scissors. Scissors is the answer. Question number 19. The tallest living land animals and the largest ruminants on Earth live in savannas and woodlands over much of Africa. It was once believed that they are mute, but they have been recorded grunting, moaning, coughing, bellowing, bleating, mooing, and humming, especially at night. What is this towering animal? The tallest living land animals are the noble giraffes. Giraffe is the answer. And question 20. The slogan, "Good to the last drop," has been used by Maxwell House Coffee since the 1920s. The story is that which U.S. president, when touring Nashville, was served Maxwell House, which he must have enjoyed because he had a second cup and then exclaimed, "Good to the last drop." Which president said that? The answer is Theodore Roosevelt. Question number 1. In 1962, Arthur Clarke co-wrote a screenplay for the movie 2001: A Space Oddity, after he visited Bell Labs where he observed the newly developed IBM 704 computer sing a song. In tribute to this event, HAL 9000 sings what song while having its programming removed? The song it sings is called Daisy Bell. Question number 2. Neil Armstrong was the first man to walk on the moon. Who was the Apollo 17 mission commander, naval aviator, and fighter pilot who was the last man to walk on the moon on December 12, 1972? The answer is Gene Cernan. Question number 3. This Indigenous Canadian actor was originally known as Harry Smith and became famous as a faithful companion who nursed back a Texas Ranger who had been ambushed. Who is this person who was the first Indigenous person on Hollywood's Walk of Fame? The answer is Jay Silverheels. Question number 4. Played by which actress who was the first tool girl on Home Improvement whose job was to introduce Tim and Al, hand them any tool they requested, and sometimes even bring in fan mail? What was the name of the first tool girl on Home Improvement? She was technically the tool girl on Tool Time. The answer is Pamela Anderson. Question number 5. What popular television show that ran from 1975 to 79 involved two detectives who patrolled the streets of Bay City in a Gran Torino known as Zebra 3 and received inside information from Bad Boy Huggy Bear? The name of that show was Starsky and Hutch. Question number 6. What is the first live-action adaptation of a video game made into a 1993 adventure film and described as one of the worst films in history? The film starred Bob Hoskins, who described the whole experience as a nightmare. Bob Hoskins played Mario. That movie was called Super Mario Brothers. Question number 7. What was the nickname of Dame Leslie Lawson, a 1960s English model who became a British cultural icon known for her thin build and androgynous appearance due to her big eyes, long eyelashes, and short hair? What was her nickname? The answer is Twiggy. Question number 8. This person was the first chief of the New Jersey State Police and was placed second in command in the kidnapping of Charles Lindbergh's son. Who is this person who had a more famous son who was the commander of the 1991 Operation Desert Storm? If you know that Operation Desert Storm was commanded by Norman Schwarzkopf Jr., you know that Norman Schwarzkopf Sr. is the answer. Question number 9. The bald eagle is a bird of prey and the national bird of the United States. But in this context, bald doesn't mean hairless. The bald part of the bird's name comes from an Old English word meaning what? The answer is white, as in white-topped, like the top of the bald eagle's head. Question number 10. Cinco de Mayo is a popular holiday celebrated on May 5th by parts of Mexico and the United States. It is not a celebration of Mexico's independence, but commemorates the victory of the outnumbered Mexican army over which country? They were the underdog against France. France is the answer. Question number 11. One contained blue coupons for processed goods, while the other contained red coupons for meat, fish, and dairy products. During World War II, the United States distributed what item to every eligible man, woman, child, and baby? What were those items called? The answer is ration books. Question number 12. Based on a self-published booklet called The Greatest Gift, what 1946 movie involves a man who has given up his personal dreams in order to help others in his community and eventually learns about all the lives he touched and what the world would be like if he had not existed? 100% my favorite Christmas movie. The answer is It's a Wonderful Life. Question number 13. What candy was originally named Chicken Feed when it was developed in the late 1880s? In the 1950s, it developed into a fall and Halloween staple with its harvest-themed color and now has annually sales of almost 9 billion pieces of this candy. The candy we're looking for is candy corn, originally called Chicken Feed. Question number 14. Ted Lasso was an American sports comedy drama that follows an American college football coach who is hired to coach an English soccer team and his folksy, optimistic leadership proves unexpectedly successful? What fictional English soccer team did Ted coach? The team he coached on the show was called AFC Richmond. Question number 15. The Pacific Ocean is the largest and deepest of the Earth's 5 oceanic divisions. Who was the Portuguese explorer who named the Pacific Ocean, meaning peaceful sea, in 1520 after his treacherous journey to find the Spice Islands? The Pacific Ocean was given its name by Ferdinand Magellan. Question number 16. In 1950s American television, many subjects were considered taboo, including death, pregnancy, and even bathrooms. In 1957, the first toilet tank appeared on this show, where Wally and his brother Theodore hide a baby alligator. The first toilet tank appeared on TV in Leave It to Beaver. Question number 17. Which American actor and filmmaker began his career as a child when he starred in the PBS educational series The Voyage? As an adult, he won his first Oscar for Best Original Screenplay and has directed 3 movies: Gone Baby Gone, The Town, and Argo. The answer is Ben Affleck. Question number 18. This American singer-songwriter and businessman is best known for his music, which often portrays an island escapism lifestyle. Who is this best-selling author who has 2 restaurant chains named after 2 of his best-known songs and describes himself as the son of a sailor? The answer is Jimmy Buffett. Question number 19. Machine-spun cotton candy was invented in 1897 by Dr. William Morrison and confectioner John Wharton, and first introduced to a wide audience at the 1904 World's Fair as Fairy Floss. What type of doctor was William Morrison? Thus ensuring a steady flow of future patients, the guy who invented cotton candy was a dentist. And question 20. What large, fully aquatic, mostly herbivorous marine mammal nearly became extinct due to human habitat destruction and violent collisions with propeller-driven boats, as they are slow-moving and have a curious nature? It is now illegal in Florida to injure this animal. The answer is the manatee. Question number 1. Ron Weasley tries to mend his broken wand with an adhesive known to the wizarding world, but not to muggles. However, when he tries to use his wand to make Malfoy eat slugs, the damaged instrument backfires. What did Ron use to try to fix his wand? That product is called Spellotape. Question number 2. This Greek philosopher was a founder of cynicism. He was notorious for some of his actions, like disrupting Plato's lectures by eating lunch while discussions were held. One famous stunt was carrying a lamp in the daytime, claiming to be searching for an honest man. Who was this cynical philosopher? The answer is Diogenes. Question number 3. The grizzled captain of the Orca, a survivor of the USS Indianapolis disaster, is last seen sliding down the deck of his own sinking boat, kicking, screaming, and stabbing a huge shark with a machete. Sadly, he can't save himself and he goes down the fish's gullet. Who is the doomed shark hunter in Jaws? Looking for his name. Played by the actor Robert Shaw, his name was Quint. Question number 4. In the rollicking tune Gallows Pole, off of Led Zeppelin's third album, Jimmy Page plays an instrument belonging to bandmate John Paul Jones, and that Jimmy had never played before. Page describes his own performance as a cross between Peter Seeger, Earl Scruggs, and sheer incompetence. What instrument did he play? He was playing the banjo. Question number 5. In 1965, 6 teenage boys ran away from a strict boarding school, stole a boat, and set sail, but were shipwrecked on an uninhabited island. They did not go all Lord of the Flies, but they cooperated to find food and shelter until they were rescued 15 months later. From what 771 island Polynesian country did they come? Those boys were from Tonga. Question number 6. Song of Solomon 2:15 warns, "Take us this, the little this that spoils the vines, for our vines have tender grapes." This is thought to be a warning that even seemingly small and insignificant problems, if ignored, will spoil relationships. Taking the words literally, what is this that is spoiling the vines? Take us the foxes, the little foxes that spoil the vine. Foxes is the answer. Question number 7. Prawo Jasdi racked up countless driving infractions in Ireland, each time giving the police a different address and alias. A diligent office worker finally searched the name online and found it was not a name at all. It was on all the Polish ID cards because Prawo Jasdi is Polish for what? They were thinking this was a name on a driver's license. In fact, it just was driver's license. Question number 8. The Qualupatik is a mermaid of the Arctic, and she's not pretty. She has scaly green skin and webbed fingers. She wears a parka with a baby pouch just below the hood, but not to carry her own offspring. Instead, she steals children who get too close to the water. To what people does this legend belong? The Qualupatik is a legend of the Inuit people. Question number 9. Showcats Ragnar and Pertolo escape from an evil breeder in the Wild Road. Not knowing how to survive without humans, they are helped by Tag, a valiant young cat on whom, unknown to him, the future of all animals depends. Large, thick-furred Ragnar is a Norse skag cat, known as what in English? In the Wild Road, Norse skag cat is a Norwegian forest cat. Question number 10. Alexander Selkirk was a Scottish privateer and a Royal Navy officer. In 1704, after an argument with his captain, he was marooned on a Pacific island with only a musket, hatchet, knife, cooking pot, Bible, and some bedding and clothes, and survived there for 4 years. What fictional character is based on him? That fictional character is Robinson Crusoe. Question number 11. In 1976, the Eagles sang about what inevitably happens to paradise. Don Henley said the gist of the song was that when we find something good, we destroy it by our presence, and ended the song, "You call someplace paradise, kiss it goodbye." What is the title? which is a phrase with a double meaning? That song was called The Last Resort. Question number 12. In algebra, this problem is expressed in the form ax2 plus bx plus c equals 0, where x is an unknown number, b and c are known numbers, and a is not 0. A simpler problem could be written as 2 times 2 minus 64 equals 0. In this case, x equals 4 because 2 4s make 8, 82 minus 64, and 64 minus 64 equals 0. What are these hated by students math problems called? Whew! Those are called quadratic equations. Question number 13. In 1960, a song about a girl wearing her new swimsuit to the beach became a worldwide hit. While probably modest by today's standards, her two-piece suit was quite daring back then, so the poor girl was afraid to come out of the water. What was this itsy-bitsy teeny-weeny yellow polka dot swimsuit? You may be hearing the song in your head. It's an itsy-bitsy teeny-weeny yellow polka dot bikini. Bikini is the answer. Question number 14. The recent Maui wildfire killed more than 100 people and destroyed historic Lahaina. However, it was not the deadliest wildfire in U.S. history. That distinction belongs to the Peshtigo firestorm of 1871, which killed at least 1,152 people and wiped the town off the map. In what Midwest state is Peshtigo? The answer is Wisconsin. Question number 15. Invertebrate animals don't have bones to support their bodies, so most mature insects and crustaceans have a hard, chitinous outer covering to protect them and allow them to walk. The coverings of non-walking mollusks like clams have a covering that can form a shell. What are these coverings called? This chitinous hard outer covering is known as an exoskeleton. Question number 16. The beast folk of the island of Dr. Moreau are instructed by their teacher to obey such tenets as not to go on all fours, not to claw the bark of trees, not to chase other men. Each sentence ends with, "That is the law, are we not men?" Who is the wise beast whose name tells what he does? This wise beast is the sayer of the law. Question number 17. This Indonesian word describes an often violent flow of mud, rocks, and debris down the slopes of a volcano. Deadly flows have occurred in New Zealand, the Philippines, and Colombia, where 20,000 people in the town of Almero were buried in concrete like mud. What are these flows called? Those flows are known as lahars. Question number 18. A popular sport among teenage girls in a certain Nordic country is horse riding, but the horses are stuffed heads on a long pole like the hobby horses children once rode. The girls make, care for, and ride them in show jumping and dressage competitions. In what country did hobby horsing originate? The answer is Finland. Question number 19. In 1900, this Texas city was one of the largest ports and the second richest city per capita in the U.S. Then in September, a hurricane packing a 12-foot storm surge and 135-mile-per-hour winds obliterated the town and some 8,000 people, and Houston became the top Texas port. What city was destroyed? The answer is Galveston. Question number 20. The words barium, heavy metal element number 56, baritone, a deep heavy male voice, and barometer, an instrument used to measure air pressure, all derived from the Greek word baros. Its Latin equivalent is gravis, as in gravity. What does the word baros translate to in English? Roughly translates to the word weight. Baros equals weight. Question number 1. Who was the Serbian-American electrical engineer whose advocacy for alternating current clashed with Thomas Edison's advocacy for direct current during the War of the Currents in the late 1880s and the early 1890s, and who may have foretold the coming of the modern cell phone? The answer is Nikola Tesla. Question number 2. In J.R.R. Tolkien's epic, 5 Istari came to Middle-earth from Valinor in the early Third Age to unite its inhabitants against Sauron. 2 of the highest of this order were named Curanir and Mithrandir by the elves of Middle-earth. By what name did the northern men and the hobbits of Middle-earth call Mithrandir? Much easier to say, the answer is Gandalf. Question number 3. This Venezuelan military and political leader is regarded as a hero and a national and cultural icon throughout Latin America. Who was this Latin American liberator for whom 1 South American country and 2 South American currencies are named? The answer is Simon Bolivar. Question number 4. This British rock and roll quartet formed in London in 1968. Their work was heavily influenced by American blues music. One account of how what band's name was chosen held that Keith Moon and John Entwistle of The Who said that this new group would go down like a lead balloon. So they took that and they named their band Led Zeppelin. Question number 5. In baseball, if a batter hits a short fly ball that doesn't reach the outfield while runners are on base, an umpire can invoke this rule in which the batter is automatically called out, even before the ball is caught. What is this rule called? That rule is called the infield fly rule. Question number 6. Beer is made by mixing malted barley with water and then heating this mixture up. This creates a sweet liquid called wort. The wort is then cooled and yeast is added to digest the sugars. What 2 compounds are created when the yeast digests the sugar? The 2 compounds we're looking for are ethanol and carbon dioxide. Question number 7. William Sidney Porter was an American author who wrote many short stories, often featuring ironic plot twists. Porter used many pen names including S.H. Peters and T.B. Dowd. What was his most famous pen name used with short stories like The Ransom of Red Chief and The Gift of the Magi? That's the name you've probably heard of. The answer is O. Henry. Question number 8. The most decorated American ship in World War II, the Big E, participated in more major actions against the Japanese than any other U.S. ship. What was the name of this ship that saw action in the Battle of Midway, the Battle of Santa Cruz Islands, and the Battle of Leyte Gulf, among others? The answer is the USS Enterprise. Question number 9. Terry Gilliam gained success as part of the Monty Python comedy troupe, after which he turned to directing films. Gilliam has directed 13 feature films including Time Bandits, Brazil, and The Fisher King. What dystopian film released in 1995 did Gilliam direct that starred both Bruce Willis and Brad Pitt? That movie was called 12 Monkeys. Question number 10. The Baltic states are located along the eastern shore of the Baltic Sea. The northernmost Baltic state is Estonia, while the southernmost state is Lithuania. What is the Baltic state with the capital of Riga that is situated between these two countries? The answer is Latvia. Question 11. Poker is a popular gambling card game. The strength of a hand is measured from the weakest hand, which would be less than one pair, to the strongest hand, which is a royal flush. What is the hand called that, in strength, lies between 3 of a kind and a flush? If it's better than 3 of a kind and it's worse than a flush, it's a straight. Question number 12. Isaac Newton's first law of motion states that a body will remain at rest or in a motion at a constant speed in a straight line unless acted upon by a force. What is the term used by physicists to describe this lethargic attribute of matter? The term we're looking for is inertia. Question number 13. William Shakespeare wrote many plays. One of his plays features a man with 3 daughters named Goneril, Regan, and Cordelia. What is the name of this man and the title of the play whose unequal distribution of his lands among his 3 daughters ultimately leads to a French invasion of England? The answer is King Lear. Question number 14. This ruler of Russia from 1762 to 1796 was inspired by the ideas of the Enlightenment, bringing a renaissance of culture and sciences to the country and leading to the founding of new cities, universities, and theaters. What was the name of this monarch who assumed the throne after overthrowing Peter III? Her name was Catherine the Great. Question number 15. This Japanese filmmaker directed 30 films over 5 decades and is widely regarded as one of the most influential filmmakers in cinema. In 1990, he won the Academy Award for the Lifetime Achievement. Who is this filmmaker who directed such classics as Drunken Angel, 7 Samurai, and Ran? The answer is Akira Kurosawa. Question number 16. This republic is an island country located in the South Pacific Ocean with a population of over 900,000 people, consisting of an archipelago of more than 330 islands and more than 500 islets, amounting to the total land area of about 7,100 square miles. What is the name of this country whose capital is Suva? Suva is the capital of Fiji? Question number 17. To solve crossword puzzles, one usually needs to possess a large vocabulary, have broad trivial knowledge, and be able to think laterally. What is the word, derived from the Latin words that mean cross and word, used to describe the creators and the solvers of crossword puzzles? I always thought this word was really cool. The answer is cruciverbalist. Need one of those for trivia players. Question number 18. After the death of the childless Anglo-Saxon King Edward the Confessor, a struggle for his throne ensued. In September of 1066, William the Conqueror landed his Normans in the south of England to do battle with Harold Godwinson in hopes of seizing the crown. What was the name of this battle? A very important battle it was. The answer is the Battle of Hastings. Question number 19. Sometimes called the Dean of Science Fiction Writers, he was among the first sci-fi writers to emphasize scientific accuracy in his stories. Who was this American author whose works include Stranger in a Strange Land, The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, and Time Enough for Love? The answer is Robert Heinlein. And question 20. Canines are one of 3 subfamilies found within the canid family. There are many species of canines, including Canis lupus, or the gray wolf, Canis latrans, or the coyote, and Canis aureus, or the jackal. What is the species of domesticated dogs who are descendants of the wolf that many of us keep as pets? These domesticated dogs are called Canis familiaris. FEMA is an agency of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Initially created under President Jimmy Carter in 1978, what does FEMA stand for? FEMA stands for the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Question number 2. In golf, an eagle is 2 under par in a hole. 3 under par in a hole is called an albatross. What is the bird term if you make a hole-in-one on a par 5? That would be 4 under par is a condor. Question number 3. Lighthouses are a physical structure designed to serve as a beacon for ships at sea or on inland waterways. What U.S. state has the most lighthouses? I have verified this with the great Google machine. The answer is Michigan, which I would not have gotten correct. Question number 4. The equator divides the Earth into northern and southern hemispheres, and the prime meridian divides it into eastern and western hemispheres. What is the only continent that lies in all 4 hemispheres? The answer is Africa. Question number 5. Although many secular scholars express doubts, most Christian churches maintain that Revelation was written by which apostle who was believed to be Jesus' favorite? The answer is St. John. Question number 6. Created in 1876 at Delmonico's restaurant in New York City, what dessert consists of ice cream placed in a pie dish, lined with slices of sponge cake, and topped with browned meringue? The browned meringue is what makes it a baked Alaska. Question number 7. Who was the youngest person to become U.S. president at the age of 42 after an assassination of President McKinley? And who was the youngest person to win the election to the office of president at the age of 43? I need both names here. The answer is Theodore Roosevelt and John F. Kennedy. Question number 8. This Philip Dick novel is set in a post-apocalyptic San Francisco after a nuclear war and was titled Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? When released in 1982, it starred Harrison Ford. What was this movie title? The movie was called Blade Runner. Question number 9. What mammal's blood pressure can reach 300 over 180 near their heart, which is twice that of an adult human, which means it has the highest blood pressure of any animal? It needs that blood pressure to get it all the way up its neck. The answer is the giraffe. Question number 10. What DC movie villain has been portrayed by Gene Hackman in 1978, Kevin Spacey in 2006, and Jesse Eisenberg in a 2017 version of this character? The answer is Lex Luthor. Question number 11. Ladies and gentlemen, rock and roll were the first words spoken by John Lack, first CEO of what cable channel when it was launched at 12:01 August 1st, 1981? That was when they launched MTV. Question number 12. What anthropomorphic mascot debuted in 1952 for Kellogg's Frosted Flakes, beating out other potential mascots like Katie the Kangaroo, Elmo the Elephant, and Newt the New? That would be Tony the Tiger. Question number 13, also known as the Ardennes Offensive, what was the last major German offensive campaign during World War II that lasted 5 weeks from December 1944 to January of 1945? That was called Battle of the Bulge. Question number 14. What is the name of this longest-running Broadway musical based on a French novel that tells the story of a beautiful soprano who becomes the obsession of a musical genius? The answer is Phantom of the Opera. Question number 15. Invented in 1861 and first used in the Civil War, what is the name of the early rapid-firing multiple-barrel machine gun that is named after its inventor? The multiple-barrel machine gun was called the Gatling gun. Question number 16. Canada has 2 national sports, and in 1994, hockey became the official Canadian winter sport. What is Canada's official summer sport, which is the oldest organized sport in North America? The answer is lacrosse. Question number 17. The most prominent city that has this name is also the capital of a European country. What city name is present on every continent except for Antarctica? This popular city name is Rome. Question number 18. A pescatarian has a lot in common with vegetarians, eating mostly fruits, vegetables, eggs, and dairy products. What do they include in their diet which vegetarians do not consume? Unlike vegetarians, they do eat fish or seafood. Question number 19, started in 1935 by Bill Wilson. What group published the Big Book, which includes the belief that this disease is incurable, but a path to recovery is available through its 12 traditions? That 12-step program is through Alcoholics Anonymous. And question 20, typically there are 4 gemstones that are considered precious. 3 of the 4 gemstones are diamonds, rubies, and sapphires. What is the 4th stone? Diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and emeralds. Emeralds is the answer we're looking for. Question number 1. The supergroup Queen has rocked this planet for decades. In 2007, one of the 4 original members was awarded a PhD by the Imperial College of London and was then knighted in 2023. Who is this guitarist that received his PhD in astrophysics? The answer is Brian May. Question number 2. In the center of the continent of North America, there are 5 Great Lakes: Superior, Michigan, Ontario, etc. How many states from the USA have a shoreline on one or more of the Great Lakes? The number of U.S. states that touch at least one of the Great Lakes is 8. And this isn't a tiebreaker, you gotta be right on. 8 is the answer. Question number 3. Okay, following on from that question, let us travel northward and take a trip across the border into Canada. So now, how many Canadian provinces also have a shoreline across the same 5 Great Lakes? How many Canadian provinces touch the Great Lakes? Eight U.S. states and 1 Canadian province. Only Ontario touches it. Question number 4. After disturbing the orcs and goblins in the mines of Moria, Frodo receives a blow from a troll that should have killed him. As they escape, the rest discover that Frodo is wearing a very shiny undershirt. What is it made of? That undershirt is made of mithril. Question number 5. There have been many U.S. presidents who were bilingual. Some were even multilingual. But which U.S. president grew up speaking Dutch as his primary language with English as his second? I will give you a hint, he was the 8th president of the United States, if that helps. The answer is Martin Van Buren. Question number 6. Live Aid 1985 had 2 primary venues, Wembley Stadium in London and JFK Stadium in Philadelphia, USA. These stadiums are 3,540 miles apart on 2 different continents. One rock star played live at both venues. Who was it? Courtesy of the Concorde jet and a couple of helicopters, the answer is Phil Collins. Question number 7. In 1969, Peter Sarstedt sang about a lady who talks like Marlene Dietrich and dances like Gigi Jean-Marie. She was educated at the Sorbonne, stole a painting from Picasso, and loves Napoleon brandy. What is her name? Her name was Marie Claire. Question number 8. Probably the most mistakenly quoted line from any movie ever begins, "If you build it." The actual quote from the Field of Dreams cornfield in Iowa is, "If you build it, he will come." Who does he refer to? He refers to Ray Kinsella's father, named John Kinsella. Question number 9. The RMS Titanic departed Southampton on the 10th of April 1912 and finally sank on the 15th. She made 2 stops to board more passengers before finally setting sail for New York. In which countries were those 2 stops? I gotta have both countries. The answer is France and Ireland. Question number 10. On the 2nd of October 2005, the first regular season NFL game to be played outside of the United States was the Arizona Cardinals playing the San Francisco 49ers. In what country was that game played? And for a bonus, who won that game? Arizona won 31-14. That game was played in Mexico. Question number 11. In one of the more moving moments in lighting of the Olympic flame history, an ailing man, probably one of the most recognized faces on the planet, lit the flame at the opening of the Atlanta Games of 1996. Who was that iconic man? The answer is Muhammad Ali. Question number 12. It is the 30th of January 1969 and I am standing outside number 3 Savile Row in London. Above my head I can hear a rock band blasting out some great tracks. The final one is Get Back. Oops, the police have just arrived. What am I witnessing? That describes the scene of the Beatles' last public gig. Question number 13. I was a U.S. Army officer, ultimately becoming a 5-star general. I was the supreme commander of the Allied forces on D-Day, and I went on to become my country's 34th president. What was my full name at birth, first, middle, and last? I know you know who he is, but now I gotta hear his full name. First, middle, last. The answer is David Dwight Eisenhower. Question number 14. I am standing on an island that is being ripped apart. My left foot is on the North American tectonic plate and my right on the Eurasian. There are many volcanoes here, and in 2010, one of them erupted, which shut down all European air travel. What country am I in? The only hint I can give you is that the volcano that erupted was called Eyjafjallajökull. The answer is Iceland. Question number 15. Born in 1805, I became a nurse with advanced medical skills. I developed treatments for yellow fever and I made my way to Crimea, where I started the British Hotel, treating the wounded here and on the front line. I am of Jamaican British heritage and once met Florence Nightingale. Who am I? Famous in the industry, my name is Mary Jane Seacole. Question number 16. On the 16th of June 1963, I traveled to somewhere that no woman had ever gone before. I went round and round in circles 48 times until I traveled back through a ball of exceptionally hot plasma and landed by parachute in Kazakhstan? Who am I? I like these who am I questions. We haven't done a good who am I quiz in months, probably over a year. But I am the first woman in space, Valentina Tereshkova. Question number 17. On a 1991 movie set in a large forest somewhere in the middle of England, a very angry character declares that he will cut your heart out with a spoon because a spoon is dull and it will hurt more. Who was the actor or his character name that said that? The movie was Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. The character was Sheriff of Nottingham, and the actor was Alan Rickman. Question number 18. In the final moments of a different 1991 movie, one of the primary characters is making a phone call to a young female FBI agent. He says to her, "I do wish we could chat longer, but I'm having an old friend for dinner. Bye." What was the name of the character who was making that phone call? From The Silence of the Lambs, that was the cannibal Dr. Hannibal Lecter. Question number 19. During the space race of the 1960s and 70s, there was a spacecraft that was built without seats, but it did have foot straps. Consequently, the two astronauts had to stand during launch. Which spacecraft was it? It's kind of a tough one because they were already in space when they launched. It is the Apollo LEM, the Lunar Excursion Module, called the Ascent Stage. And question 20. The final Apollo lunar mission flew in December of 1972. The lunar module lifted off the moon's surface on December the 14th. Eugene Cernan was the last man to stand on the surface. Who was the second to last? I don't think I knew either of these guys' names, but it seems like it would be pretty good to know for trivia. The answer is Harrison Schmitt, the second to last man on the moon. Question number 1. McDonald's is famously known for its yellow golden arches sign, but in the United States there is only one McDonald's with a turquoise-colored arch. In what Southwest city and state is this McDonald's located? It's always a little rare when one McDonald's does not look like the rest. This one with turquoise-colored arches is in Sedona, Arizona. Question number 2. In the United States of America, there is only one state whose license plate specifies USA on it, to not confuse it with the country it borders nearby. Which state is this license plate found in? So as not to confuse it with Old Mexico, it is New Mexico. Question number 3. At a Manhattan dinner party in 1966, television producer Joan Gans Cooney and the Carnegie Foundation Vice President Lloyd Morissette had a discussion about whether or not television could be used to teach young children. This conversation led them to developing which PBS children's educational show? That conversation led to the development of Sesame Street. Question number 4. The first woman millionaire in the United States made her fortune from developing and marketing cosmetic lines and hair care products for African American women. She was a philanthropist and donated to numerous organizations. What was the name of this trailblazing woman? Her name was Madam C.J. Walker from Madam C.J. Walker Cosmetics. Question number 5. B. Arthur portrayed the character Dorothy Zbornak on the sitcom show The Golden Girls, about 4 women in their senior years living together. What profession was she most known for on the TV show? What profession did Dorothy do on Golden Girls? Dorothy was a substitute teacher. Question number 6. Which epic film about a romance in the South became the highest grossing movie of all time when taking into account inflation, that won 8 Academy Awards in 1940 and was based on a novel written by Margaret Mitchell? The answer is Gone with the Wind. Question number 7. The Joey Bishop Show was a spin-off from the Danny Thomas Show. In 1963, an episode known only as number 85 is considered a lost episode and was pulled by NBC due to the assassination of which then U.S. president? Episode number 85 from 1963, that was the year that John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Question number 8. What is the specific name of the tallest grass on Earth? The average height can grow to be around 75 to 90 feet, and it is native to tropical and subtropical regions of Southwest Asia, also known as Dendrocalamus giganteus plant. Giganteus. Be specific. The answer is giant bamboo or dragon bamboo. Question number 9. As a teenager growing up in Liverpool, England, Paul McCartney has credited which 50s musician, who was also one of the trailblazers for starting the rock and roll movement, with teaching him everything he knows? Paul McCartney gives a lot of credit to Little Richard. Question number 10. Before this boy band, based out of Florida, became a big success, band member Jason Galasso dropped out because he was not happy with the group's musical direction or with becoming a teen idol. In which pop group did Lance Bass replace him? He got out just before they hit it big. The answer is NSYNC. Question number 11. Which R&B singer, who has won 8 Grammys and has been a coach on The Voice, held the longest note ever as a child on the 1980s variety talent competition show Star Search, hosted by Ed McMahon? Pretty sure there's a YouTube clip of it somewhere on this webpage. The answer is Usher. Question number 12. Out of all of the famous Disney princesses that starred in a Disney full-length feature animated movie, which princess has the least amount of screen time and is only seen for about 17 minutes and 57 seconds? From the movie Sleeping Beauty, the answer is Princess Aurora. Question number 13. Wisconsin-born Laura Ingalls Wilder is an American writer best known for her Little House children's book series. Based on memories of her early childhood, What was the title of the first book in the series called? It was called Little House in the Big Woods. Question number 14. In 1978, the Village People made a popular dance with their song called YMCA, based on the organization that now focuses on a wide variety of youth activities and encourages developing a healthy body, mind, and spirit. What does YMCA stand for? The answer is Young Men's Christian Association. Question number 15. Occurring in 1921 on an Aeromarine Airways while flying around Illinois State, what silent film holds the distinction of being the first in-flight movie after being shown on a Devry 35mm suitcase projector that was played on the front wall of the passenger cabin? This is some deep level trivia here, but if you know this, I'd be so impressed. The answer is Howdy Chicago. That was the first in-flight movie. Question number 16. If you take a trip to visit Copenhagen, Denmark, what fishy fairy tale character, created by Hans Christian Andersen, is displayed on a rock above the waterside at Langelini? This fishy fairy tale character is the Little Mermaid. Question number 17. Edgar Allan Poe was an American writer that was best known for his tales of mystery and the macabre. In one of his most famous short stories, the only word spoken is nevermore, and was spoken by what title creature? The answer is the Raven. Question number 18. Which American singer, songwriter, musician, record producer, and actor who died in April of 2016 won 7 Grammys, starred in at least 22 movies, and played 27 different instruments on his debut album, For You? The man that did it all, the answer is Prince. Question number 19. Vincent van Gogh was a Dutch post-impressionist painter of great fame, and in over a decade he created approximately 2,100 artworks. How many of these works of art did he sell while he was alive? I feel like this question pops up occasionally on live trivias. The answer is just one. He only sold one painting while he was alive. And question 20. In 1994, this band formed in high school with the name Kara's Flowers, which was named after a girl who went to their high school and all the band members had a collective crush on. In 2001, what did this famous pop rock group change its name to? Formerly known as Kara's Flowers, the band is now Maroon 5. Question number 1. There are 56 of them in the human body. Name the 2 places you would locate your phalanges. The answer is hands and feet. Your fingers and toes. Question number 2. Which country in the world has the greatest number of time zones? when you include its non-contiguous territories? Kind of a tricky question here. The country with the most time zones is France, who have 12, 13 if you count their claim on Antarctica. Question number 3. In order to conserve space, ancient Romans trained the plants in their gardens to grow in a vertical, flat plane. What is this called? This method of growing is known as espalier. Question number 4. In CPR, the ideal rate of compressions in order to maintain adequate blood perfusion to vital organs is 100 to 120. What popular, appropriately named song is often used during training and recertification? The answer is Staying Alive by the Bee Gees. Question number 5. For over 2,000 years, this god of fertility has sang and danced through the southwestern U.S. Wherever what mischievous minstrel travels, joy and abundance follows. That little design is known as the Kokopelli. Question number 6. Who has been quoted as saying, "Those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities"? Several people have said it, but Voltaire is who is credited with that quote. Voltaire. Question number 7. Who was the Swiss psychoanalyst that presented the theory of collective unconscious, that all humans are connected to each other and their ancestors through shared experiences? The answer is Carl Jung. Question number 8. What is the legal term meaning a situation in which a judgment in one case prevents or stops a party to that suit from trying to litigate the same issue in another legal action? That is called collateral estoppel. Question number 9. Which Shakespearean play contained the line, "Hell is empty, all the devils are here"? That line is from The Tempest. Question number 10. In the Beatitudes from the Sermon on the Mount, what did Jesus say would happen to those that hunger and thirst after righteousness? Depending on which version of the Bible you're reading, this could vary a little, but the answer is, "They shall have their fill," or any version of that. Question number 11. In several southern and midwestern states, people fish for large catfish without any poles or equipment. What method do they use that involves simply dangling their fingers in the water like bait? They call that kind of fishing noodling. Question number 12. This ultimate survival food was a Canadian and Northwest staple. What is the name of this mixture of tallow, dried meat, and berries, usually made from bison, deer, elk, or moose, that can last for years? That survival food is called pemmican. Question number 13. The westernmost point is what capital and largest city of Senegal that is considered the cultural and commercial center of French-speaking West Africa? That capital of Senegal is Dakar. Question number 14. In The Lord of the Rings, the hobbits were able to use the Buckleberry Ferry to cross what river that was located on the eastern border of the Shire? That river was called Brandywine. Question number 15. What was the name of the host of Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom from 1963 to 1985? The answer is Richard Marlin Perkins. Question number 16. Also the name of a great American rock band. In Greek mythology, what was the name of the river of hate in the underworld? The answer is Styx. River Styx. Question number 17. In the show Deadwood, Seth Bullard is a mostly righteous lawman in the tidal gold mining town. In the show Justified, Raylan Givens is a U.S. Marshal. What actor plays both characters? The answer, Timothy Oliphant. Question number 18. Which U.S. Vice President was acquitted of treason? The answer is Aaron Burr, and surprisingly, the treason wasn't because he shot Alexander Hamilton. It was a whole other thing. Question number 19, meaning head of the year in Hebrew, what is the name for the Jewish New Year when Jews ask for forgiveness for sins committed and remind themselves not to repeat the same mistakes in the coming year? The answer is Rosh Hashanah. And question 20, based on the true story of 1958's Showa Station, what 2006 Paul Walker film depicted the rapid evacuation of a scientific expedition where they had to abandon their sled dogs? When they returned several months later, 6 of the 8 dogs had survived. That movie was called 8 Below. Question number 1. In metals, it is represented by quicksilver. In precious stones, it is represented by amethyst. In planets, it stands for Mercury. What is this color commonly associated with justice and royalty? The color we're looking for today is purple. Question number 2. He said, we in America today are nearer to the final triumph over poverty than ever before in the history of any land. The poorhouse is vanishing from among us. 15 months later, those words haunted what president when the nation was plunged into the most severe depression in its history? The president that led us into the Great Depression was Herbert Hoover. Question number 3. Originally serialized in Pearson's Weekly earlier that year, what is the title of the novel that was published in 1897 by H.G. Wells, in which a stranger with a completely bandaged head arrives at Bramblehurst Railway Station? That novel was called The Invisible Man. Question number 4. What navigation instrument, whose primary use was to measure the angle between an astronomical object and the horizon for purposes of celestial navigation, was so named because originally it had an arc of 60 degrees? This specific navigation instrument is called a sextant. Question number 5. Found in cool coastal waters where sunlight can penetrate to a rocky seabed, what is the name of the large brown algae or seaweeds that make up the order Laminarials and can grow 300 feet in a single year? The seaweed we're looking for is called kelp. Question number 6. Consider these 3 definitions: a group of singers, a composition for a group of singers, and a refrain that is sung by everyone. What is the musical term that fits all 3 of these short definitions? The answer is chorus. Question number 7. Based on the true story, how many children are in the family in the book by Frank Gilbreth and Ernestine Gilbreth Carey that was made into a movie in 1950 and remade again in 2003, this time starring Steve Martin and Bonnie Hunt? I think it also had Hilary Duff in that movie. The answer is 12 children. The movie and the book was called Cheaper by the Dozen. Question number 8. The coin replaced the Eisenhower dollar and was minted from the years 1979 to 1981, and then again in 1999. What woman was featured on this coin that was the first time that a woman appeared on a U.S. circulating coin? The answer is Susan B. Anthony. Question number 9. While the term laceration is usually used for a rough, irregular wound, what is the term that is often used for a straight wound caused by a very sharp-edged instrument like a razor or a scalpel? Laceration is kind of a haphazard cut, and incision is a precise cut. Incision is the word we're looking for. Question number 10. The National Hall of Fame for Famous American Indians, the National Cowboy Hall of Fame, and the National Wrestling Hall of Fame are all located in what U.S. state? The Wrestling Hall of Fame, the Cowboy Hall of Fame, and the Indian Hall of Fame are in what state? The answer is Oklahoma. Question number 11. Paperwork started in 1954. Development on the project started in 1962, and the plane took its first flight in 1969. The British and the French collaborated in building the Concorde and SST. For what does this abbreviation stand? In this situation, an SST stands for Supersonic Transport. Question number 12. Sulfurous gases and falling debris killed many people. The rest died when fine ash, moistened by steam, fell from the sky and covered the area 20 feet deep. What is the name of this city that died in 79 AD? The city I'm looking for is Pompeii, but Herculaneum fits that description as well. So either of those. Question number 13. Typically, it is an act of war and used to remove the possibility of resupply. What is the name of the technique in which a port is isolated by positioning ships to keep people and supplies from moving in or moving out? When you stop the movement at a port, it's called a blockade. Question number 14. In what popular 1907 short story by O. Henry do Bill and Sam discover that the boy that they have kidnapped is such a terror that they actually have to pay the father to take the kid back? That story is The Ransom of Red Chief. Question number 15. The British 50-pence coin with 7 sides is a heptagon, and Malta's 50-cent piece with 10 sides is a decagon. The Australian 50-cent piece has 12 sides and is called what type of shape? With 12 sides, that shape is called a dodecagon. Question number 16. In Arthur Clarke's short story, The Sentinel, man reaches the moon and finds a relic of an ancient alien race which does nothing but give off a regular signal. This storyline became the core idea of what 1968 science fiction movie? That movie was called 2001: A Space Odyssey. Question number 17. According to an agreement reached in the Constitutional Convention of 1787, for purposes of representation and taxation in the United States, a slave was to be counted as what fraction of a free person? The answer is 3/5. Question number 18. Early pilgrims were supposed to settle in Virginia, but ended up founding the Plymouth colony in Massachusetts. Because they were outside the jurisdiction of the London Company, they established their own government with what document? Named after the boat they brought over here, it was called the Mayflower Compact. Question number 19. Stand your ground. Don't fire unless fired upon. But if they mean to have a war, let it begin here. In what Massachusetts town were these enduring words spoken by John Parker in 1775? Came before the Battle of Lexington. Lexington is the answer. And question 20. When the Duke of Richelieu captured Port Mahon in Minorca, he needed food. He took some oil, some vinegar, some egg yolk, salt, and pepper, and beat it into a sauce, which he named after the port he had just captured. The modern version of that sauce is now known as what? Named after Port Mahon, it is mayonnaise. Question number 1. They were originally only paid $1.25 per day, and they had to provide their own horses and arms. What was the name of the group of legendary lawmen who patrolled vast territories to enforce the law and protect Texans against Indian and Mexican raiders? Those legendary lawmen were the Texas Rangers. Question number 2. Urania, Thalia, Terpsichore, Erato, Polyhymnia, Melpomene, Euterpe, Clio, and Calliope were the daughters of Zeus, the king of the gods, and in Greek mythology they were collectively known by what name? Those 9 daughters of Zeus were known as the Muses, or the 9 Muses. Question number 3. The fictional character Cedric Errol was a young American boy who becomes heir to an English earldom in what 1886 sentimental novel by Frances Hodgson Burnett, who also wrote A Little Princess and The Secret Garden? Her 3 most popular books were The Secret Garden, A Little Princess, and Little Lord Fauntleroy. Question number 4. It is produced by the tree Hevea brasiliensis. It was first used by the Indians of South America. What is the name of this milky fluid which is the raw material for natural rubber? The milky raw material for rubber is latex. Question number 5. The official state fossil of South Dakota is what herbivorous dinosaur that has a large horn above either eye, a smaller horn right on the nose, and a bony plate covering its neck? If you can picture that dinosaur, it's got the plate and it's got 3 horns. It is the Triceratops. Question number 6. In 1902's The Story of My Life, what autobiographer wrote, "I recall many incidents of the summer of 1887 that followed my soul's sudden awakening. I did nothing but explore with my hands and learn the name of every object that I touched." The answer is Helen Keller. The Story of My Life by Helen Keller. Question number 7. His first performance was in 1883 in Omaha, Nebraska. What was the name of the Old West showman who ran a show that regularly included reenactments of Custer's Last Stand and the Charge at San Juan Hill? The answer is Buffalo Bill, or William Cody. Question number 8. Set usurped the throne from this god, his brother, by dismembering his body and dispersing the pieces. This god's wife, Isis, was able to reassemble the pieces, and he was traditionally depicted with mummy-wrapped legs. What is the name of this Egyptian god? The answer is Osiris. Question number 9. Alcatraz Island in San Francisco Bay was discovered by the Spanish in 1545, and in 1775 it was named La Isla de los Alcatraces. While the exact meaning is still debated, Alcatraz is usually defined as meaning what kind of strange bird? It It was named after the pelican. Question number 10. What aircraft carrier, sunk during the Battle of Midway, was originally supposed to be named the Bonhomme Richard, but during construction it was decided that she would be named after the site of Cornwallis's surrender of the British forces in the American Revolution? The answer is the USS Yorktown. Question number 11. Typically, the producer is responsible for the financial side of a theatrical production. What is the title of the person who is typically responsible for the artistic presentation of the production? The producer handles the money and the director handles the show. Question number 12. She is recognizable by her distinctive red locks and her skill with a bow and an arrow. Who is this feisty Scottish lass, the main character in Brave, that was made an official Disney princess in 2013? The answer is Merida. Question number 13. What was the name of the Norwegian who flew over the North Pole in a dirigible called the Norge, who was the first to successfully navigate the Northwest Passage and was also the first person to reach the South Pole? The answer is Roald Amundsen. Question number 14. He is most remembered today for his policy of appeasement towards Nazi Germany at the 1938 Munich Conference. Winston Churchill's first term as Prime Minister came after what man resigned in 1940? The answer is Neville Chamberlain. Question number 15. This empire had its capital at Timbuktu. What was the name of this African empire founded by Sundiata Keita that is also the name of a modern-day country with their capital at Bamako? The answer is Mali. Question number 16. Jets and rockets are two of the means of providing forward thrust to an aircraft. What is the third type that was associated with practically all successful aircraft prior to the 1940s? Prior to the 1940s, most of them used propellers. Question number 17. This novel includes an entirely blank chapter called Vanished into the Clouds, implying the title Shining Prince's Death. What is the name of this novel by Lady Murasaki Shikubu, written during the Heian period in Japan? This popular Japanese novel was called The Tale of Genji. Question number 18. A vigil held the night before this holiday takes place in a darkened church before all candles are lit and the door opened at the stroke of midnight. the Stations of the Cross may be erected on the Friday before this holiday. What is this holiest day of the Christian calendar? The answer is Easter. Question number 19. When an archduke's murder triggered a feud between Austria, Hungary, and Serbia that prompted Russia to come to the aid of the Serbs, Germany to the aid of the Austrians, France to the aid of Russia, and England to the aid of Belgium, what war began? That was World War I. Question number 20. In what appropriately named 1875 novel by Jules Verne does a hot air balloon that was carrying 5 passengers and a dog get blown off course and land in an obscure land surrounded by water and filled with uncertainty? Filled with uncertainty and surrounded by water, it is The Mysterious Island. Question number 1. What is the adjective that is commonly used to describe Old West towns that suddenly sprang up or dramatically increased in size following a nearby discovery of gold, oil, or silver? Looking for the adjective used to describe those towns. Those towns were called boom towns. Question number 2. This material was used to create a spark and discharge early firearms. What is the name of the hard and brittle mineral that can be found in nodules of limestone or in shale deposits? Used in early firearms, the word we're looking for is flint. Question number 3. Beginning in 1831 and bringing much excitement to everyone living along the great rivers of the Midwest, what was the name for the floating, self-propelled theaters of the 19th century that brought plays and vaudeville to places they had not been performed before? Those big flashy boats were called showboats. Question number 4. Far out in the uncharted backwaters of the unfashionable end of the western spiral arm of the galaxy lies a small, unregarded yellow sun. That is the first line of what science fiction tale by Douglas Adams? That is the first line of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Question number 5. An early mention of lenses occurs in a play written in 424 BC by Aristophanes, where he refers to burning glasses used to focus the sun's rays and produce fire. What is the shape of a lens that could perform such actions? You've got basically 2 choices. Convex is the correct one. Convex makes the burning glasses. Question number 6. Used to connect digital devices across analog transmission lines, what is the acronym for the device that is used in transmitting the data, whose name is derived from modulator and demodulator? Modulator and demodulator is part of the acronym for modem. Modem is the word we're looking for. Question number 7. Many scientists believe that there is significant geological evidence that would suggest the extinction of dinosaurs may have occurred when a city-sized meteorite impacted what peninsula? I believe there's still a crater there. That's the Yucatan Peninsula. Question number 8. Who was Gerald Ford speaking about when he said, "It was a tough decision. We needed to get the matter off my desk so I could concentrate on the problems of 260 million Americans and not have to worry about the problems of one man"? He was talking about the problems of Richard Nixon. Question number 9. Victoria, Alonzo, Mr. Mistopheles, Asparagus, Bill Bailey, Old Deuteronomy, Bumbularina, Bustopher Jones, Carbuckety, Griddlebone, Growl Tiger, McCavity, and the Rum Tum Tugger are all characters in what musical? Man, there's a whole list of baby names right there. I'll show that to Abby. The answer is Cats. Question number 10. What is the name for the large, crater-like depression that can be formed either by a violent volcanic explosion that ejects a vast quantity of material or by the collapse of a volcanic cone into an underground cavity left by the loss of magma? Same word. What's that term? The answer is caldera. Question number 11. What phenomenon is illustrated by light changing direction when it enters a different medium, or when sound passes from one medium to another, or when water waves move into water of a different depth? What is the scientific term for that phenomenon? The term we're looking for is refraction. Question number 12. Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were among the astonished spectators who watched the world's first hot air balloon built by the Montgolfier brothers carry a sheep, rooster, and duck aloft over what city in 1783? The answer is Paris, France. Question number 13. At one time, it had an estimated population of between 10,000 and 20,000 people. Tiwanaku is a ruined ancient city comprising a large complex of ceremonial and religious buildings near what lake between Peru and Bolivia? Tiwanaku is near Lake Titicaca. There's 2 more good kid names. Question number 14. What is the term that refers in general to the practice of using a forked stick, rod, pendulum, or similar device to locate underground water that has been a subject of discussion and controversy for hundreds, if not thousands of years? This process is known as water witching, or water dowsing, or water divining. Question number 15. The framers of the Constitution made one last-ditch defense against an overdose of pure democracy by creating what body by which American presidents would actually be elected? What is the name of the body that actually elects the U.S. President? That is known as the Electoral College. Question number 16. It comes from the ancient Greek word that means, I have found it. What word was allegedly uttered by Archimedes when he chanced upon the principle of displacement and is now used as an interjection to celebrate a discovery or an invention? If you discover or you invent something, you shout, Eureka! Eureka is the answer. Question number 17. What city that existed before the time of Abraham was held by Egyptians, Israelis, Hittites, Persians, Greeks, Romans, and Ottoman Turks before it became the capital of the modern-day country of Syria? The city we're looking for is Damascus. Question number 18. The old stories and various rumors about what Scottish pirate's treasure formed the basis of Robert Louis Stevenson's 1882 novel Treasure Island and Edgar Allan Poe's 1843 short story The Gold Bug. Both of those stories were influenced by the stories of Captain Kidd. Question number 19, usually shortening it and making it more clear for the intended audience. What is it called when you simply restate a passage, retaining its meaning, but presenting it in different words? The answer is paraphrasing. And question 20, first organized in 2003 to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the original event. Dozens of runners faced bone-chilling temperatures and rarefied air to compete in the first annual Tenzing Hillary Marathon on what Asian mountain? The answer is Mount Everest. Question number 1. What is the name of the vast region comprising most of northern Asia and the central and eastern portions of the Russian Federation? We know this area as Siberia. Question number 2. The impact of a very fast, relatively small mass into a larger body such as a planet or a moon produces a depression called a what? Those depressions are called craters. Question number 3. While searching for gold between 1539 and 1541, Hernando de Soto discovered what river? The answer is the Mississippi River. Question number 4. What is the term for the perch upon which birds routinely rest together? What's the specific term for a bird perch? The word we're looking for is a roost. Question number 5. Along with Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Scipio, and Pyrrhus of Epirus, What Carthaginian is considered one of the greatest generals of antiquity? The answer is Hannibal. Question number 6. When a beetle flies, its hind wings provide thrust, while its fore wings provide what other force? You need thrust to go forward, and you need lift to go up. Lift is the answer. Question number 7. A remnant of a giant prehistoric lake. What lake in the western United States covers some 2,100 square miles with an average depth of only 13 feet? That Great Lake is the Great Salt Lake. Question number 8. Minarets, ziggurats, campaniles, turrets, obelisks, pagodas, belfries, and steeples all fall into what category of architectural element? Those are all types of towers. Question number 9. What adjective describes a solid that can have its shape changed to a thin sheet by blows from a hammer? Typically, this property refers to metal. We're talking about the malleable. That's the adjective, malleable. Question number 10. The Aleutian Islands became a U.S. territory as the result of a real estate deal with what country? We got those in the package with Russia when we bought Alaska. Question number 11. What is the only metal on the periodic table that is not a solid at room temperature? The answer is mercury. Question number 12. Located on the west side of Midtown Manhattan, what is the name of the main professional theater district of New York City? The answer is Broadway. Question number 13. In what popular literary trilogy are these creatures found? Stibba, Snowmane, Strider, and Swishtail. The answer is Lord of the Rings. Question number 14. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon were supposedly built by what man, who was also responsible for building the Ishtar Gate? His name was Nebuchadnezzar II. Question number 15. Specifically, what is the name for the crime of theft of branded livestock? The word we're looking for is rustling, cattle rustling. Question number 16. Which branch of the federal government is responsible for interpreting laws and resolving any conflicts which arise from them? The answer is the judicial branch. Question number 17. What is the term for an organized effort to elect a candidate that includes fundraising, public meetings, and lots of advertising? In America, we're about to see a lot of it. It's about time for them to start their campaigns. Campaign is the word we're looking for. Question number 18. The medieval British knights were similar to what professional warriors of the Japanese feudal military aristocracy? Those warriors are the samurai. Question number 19. What adjective indicates those mid-latitude forests of trees that lose their leaves during the winter months? What's the adjective that describes those forests and those trees? The adjective we're looking for is deciduous. And question 20. What is the name of the desert that stretches more than 3,500 miles from the Atlantic Ocean to the Red Sea? The answer is the Sahara. Question number 1. What is the name of the once super secret town in New Mexico, about 45 minutes northwest of Santa Fe, where research on nuclear weapons was conducted under the Manhattan Project during World War II? If you've seen the new movie Oppenheimer, you know the answer is Los Alamos. Question number 2. In 1589, the Flemish mapmaker Gerardus Mercator was the first to use what name for a book of maps that is reminiscent of a Greek god who held the world on his shoulders? Gerardus Mercator was the first to use the word atlas to describe a book of maps. Question number 3. Located in the transition zone between the plains and the mountains, but without the extensive or extreme versions of either, what is the name for the hills that gradually increase in elevation at the base of a mountain range? Those hills are known as the foothills. Question number 4. Dispersing enough into the water will draw fish to your designated spot and stimulate feeding. What is the name for the pieces of fish and fish bait that are thrown into the water to attract fish? That word is chum. Chum in the waters. Question number 5. Suez War, 6-Day War, First Lebanon War, First Intifada, Gaza War, and the Yom Kippur War. All of these were conflicts that occurred between various Arab forces and the military of what country? All of those wars involved the military from Israel. Question number 6. Orbiting about 88,000 miles away from the planet, what moon of Saturn is named after the mythical woman who released all the ills and evils from a container which she had been entrusted? she has the same name as what moon of Saturn? That container was Pandora's box. Her name is Pandora. Question number 7. During the gunfight at the OK Corral, Billy Clanton and Tom and Frank McLaury were gunned down by the infamous dentist Doc Holliday and 3 lawman brothers with what last name? Those brothers were named Morgan, Virgil, and Wyatt Earp. Earp is the last name. Question number 8. Strings or woven belts of tubular beads that were fashioned from various white and purple mollusk shells were once used by many Native Americans as a medium of exchange or a currency, and were known as what? What did they call those white and purple mollusk shells? The answer is wampum. Question number 9. Because of when the holiday occurred, near the winter solstice, these celebrations are the source of many of the traditions we now associate with Christmas, such as wreaths, candles, feasting, and gift-giving. What is the name of the ancient Roman pagan festival honoring the agriculture god? The agricultural god was Saturn. That event was called Saturnalia. Question number 10. Some of the roots of the Bill of Rights in the United States Constitution can be traced all the way back to what document signed by King John in the year 1215 that guaranteed English political liberties? What was the name of that document signed by King John? Signed in the year 1215 at Runnymede, the answer is the Magna Carta. Question number 11. In 1932, James Chadwick made a fundamental discovery in the domain of nuclear science. He proved the existence of what elementary particles and gave them what name, since they were devoid of any electrical charge? They were not electrons, they were not protons, they were neutrons, because they were neutral. Question number 12. In the Washington Irving story, when Rip Van Winkle awakens from his 20-year nap, he finds out that his wife is dead, his daughter is married, and what war has recently taken place? The answer is the American Revolution. Question number 13. In what 1986 children's book does Sarah Wheaton leave her home in Maine in response to a newspaper ad placed by a poor farmer named Jacob Whitting, hoping to secure a wife for himself and a mother for his children? The answer is Sarah Plain and Tall. Question number 14. Its official language is Portuguese, and it contains the mouth of the Limpopo River. What is the name of the African nation that is separated from Madagascar by a namesake channel? The answer is Mozambique. Question number 15. What is the name of the famous monument and tourist attraction that is located in Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, and Utah, but is administered by the Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation Department? That monument that is in all 4 states is called the Four Corners Monument. Question number 16, reminiscent of a facility for the performing arts. What is the term for a geographic region, including the entirety of the airspace, the land, and the sea area, that is or that may potentially become involved in military operations? The term for the area that involves military operations is known as a theater. Question number 17. As both business and social organizations, they were prolific throughout Europe between the 11th and 16th centuries. What is the name for the associations of craftsmen and merchants formed to promote the economic interests of their members as well as to provide protection and mutual aid? Popular throughout Europe in the 11th and 16th century, now popular on video games, the answer is guilds. Question number 18. Although the saxophone is usually made of brass, it is classified as a woodwind instrument because it produces sound through the vibration of which of its components? The sound comes from the air moving between the reeds. Reeds is the answer. Question number 19. Becoming the title subject when Robin Williams remade the movie in 1997. What is the name of the resilient material that was invented by Professor Ned Brainerd in the 1961 movie The Absent-Minded Professor? The 1961 movie was called The Absent-Minded Professor. The 1997 version was called Flubber. Flubber was the answer. And question 20. In the Harry Potter stories, what potentially fatal, contagious disease that occurs in wizards and witches not only has symptoms similar to chickenpox and smallpox, but also leaves the victim's skin with a lasting greenish tinge, a green and purple rash between the toes, and sparks flashing from the nose during a sneeze? This contagious disease is called dragonpox. Question number 1. Residents of this island speak Malagasy, and this island is a biodiversity hotspot home to such endemic creatures as the fossa, a cat-like carnivore. What is the name of this island whose capital is Antananarivo? This biodiversity hotspot is Madagascar. Question number 2. In the Baha'i faith, this action is undertaken for the 19 days of the month of Allah, immediately before the Baha'i New Year. Catholics between the ages of 18 and 60 observe this practice on Ash Wednesday and Good Friday. Jews also observe what practice for 25 hours on Yom Kippur? The answer is fasting. Question number 3. Endothermic reactions cause a decrease in this property, while exothermic reactions increase this property. One indicator of a chemical reaction occurring is a change in what property? Endothermic reactions and exothermic reactions deal with temperature. Question number 4. This man established the first Babylonian empire 1,000 years before Nebuchadnezzar. What king is remembered today for his namesake law code, which includes such concepts as an eye for an eye? The answer is Hammurabi. Question number 5. This author wrote about a boy who makes a boat from the trunk of the tidal giving tree, and he created little Peggy Ann McKay, who cannot go to school today. Who is this poet of Where the Sidewalk Ends that, during his career as a songwriter, wrote A Boy Named Sue for Johnny Cash? That last part always catches me off guard. Shel Silverstein wrote A Boy Named Sue. Question number 6. During the winter of the blue snow, this figure found his most notable companion, for whom he dug out the Great Lakes. In another story, what folktale figure created Mount Hood by placing stones on his campfire? The answer is Paul Bunyan. Question number 7. Films made in this nation include Satyajit Ray's Apu trilogy, of which the first installment is Pather Panchali. What is this country which produces more films than any other, many coming from its Bollywood film industry? The answer is India. Question number 8. Action at this battle centered on Miller's cornfield and the Dunker Church, and 2,000 Union soldiers died in a matter of minutes on a sunken road called the Bloody Lane. What was this battle that halted Robert E. Lee's invasion of Maryland? I believe after this battle, Lincoln gave the Emancipation Proclamation. It was the Battle of Antietam. Question number 9. What is the common name for the huge group of insects in the taxonomic order Coleoptera, whose name is derived from the Greek words koleos, meaning sheath, and pteron, meaning wing? The simple name for that group of insects is the beetle. Question number 10. Snell's law is a key part of this branch of physics, which deals with the behavior and properties of light. Lenses are some of the commonly used lab equipment when studying which branch of physics? The answer is optics. Question number 11. Richard Feynman declared that the double slit experiment was the heart of this branch of physics, since it is impossible to explain in any classical way. Schrödinger and Heisenberg both helped to establish what type of mechanics? The answer is quantum mechanics. Question number 12. What is the alliterative name for the type of wordplay illustrated here? Imagine an imaginary manager's manager imagining managing an imaginary menagerie. I'll say it one more time. Imagine an imaginary manager's manager imagining managing an imaginary menagerie. That alliterative wordplay is called a tongue twister. Question number 13. These creatures can be found in all oceans, with the exception of the polar regions, although most species are found living in sargassum seaweed beds over continental shelves. What are these marine reptiles which come in leatherback, loggerhead, and hawksbill varieties? The leatherback, the loggerhead, and the hawksbill are all types of sea turtles. Question number 14. What is the term used in journalism for a particular perspective used to write a story that also describes the mathematical figure formed by two lines diverging from a common point? Two different definitions, one term, what is it? The word we're looking for is an angle. Question number 15. As was the case with so many New World Indians, the population of Australian Aborigines was dramatically reduced, perhaps halved, by what disease that Europeans brought to the continent? The answer is smallpox. Question number 16. The music video for God's Plan depicts Drake and company performing charitable acts in this Florida city. What is this city that is also the hometown of the rapper Pitbull, whose parents are part of this city's Cuban expatriate community? The answer is Miami, Florida. Question number 17. The four venomous snakes that cause most cases of snakebite in India are the common krait, Russell's viper, the saw-scaled viper, and what other snake characterized by its ability to expand the skin of its neck to form a flattened hood? That type of snake is the cobra, specifically the Indian cobra. Question number 18. What is the name for the embroidered cloth artwork that chronicles the events of the Battle of Hastings, including the appearance of Halley's Comet before the battle and the death of Harold via an arrow to the eye? The answer is the Bayeux Tapestry. Question number 19. In 1971, U.S. doctors visited China to investigate reports of the success of an ancient Chinese practice of inserting needles into various parts of the body to produce anesthesia and relief from pain. What is the name of this practice? The answer is acupuncture. And question 20. Picasso included this instrument in many of his collages and cubist paintings. During his blue period, Picasso painted an old player of what type of instrument, which now hangs in the Art Institute of Chicago? That famous painting is of an old guitar player. Alright, that is it for today. Thank you for watching today's episode of Road Tripvia. Make sure you check back tomorrow. It'll be day number 248. If you would like to get in on the quiz writing challenge to win one of the Road Tripvia kits, you can check out either Facebook. We have the rules posted on there. You can shoot me an email, roadtripvia@gmail.com. I'll send you all the rules and guidelines. Or you can check out YouTube's community page for this channel, and I have it as my most recent post. So I've had several people send in quizzes. I'm getting those boxes out this week, but there's still plenty to be won if you'd like to get in on it. Here is question 21, the tiebreaker for today. If Quizlet is born in 2024, what is the first year that she will become eligible to become President of the United States? If and when she is born in 2024, she will turn 35 in 2059. So she will be eligible in 2059. That's the answer. I do know the election won't be until 2060. So that means her term won't even start until 2061. So by that time, she could potentially be 37 years old. But the answer is 2059. Whichever player got closest to that answer is going to win the point. If it was a tiebreaker, they just won the whole game. Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow. Hello and welcome back to Road Tripvia, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. Today's episode is day number 246 of the 365-day trivia road trip. Today we have a pit stop quiz. A pit stop is just the same as the longer trivia. It's a random knowledge trivia quiz, questions from all different categories, but the questions are much shorter, the answers come much quicker. The name of the game today is Speed. Good luck! Question number 1. What character created by Rudyard Kipling became an instant villain when he proclaimed that the man-cub Mowgli was rightfully his to kill? The answer is Shere Khan. Question number 2. What four-syllable adjective indicates the condition of a person whose inner core body temperature is at or below 88.6 degrees Fahrenheit? That four-syllable word is hypothermic. Question number 3. Honoring their guarantee of Poland's borders, which two countries declared war on Germany on September 3, 1939, 2 days after Germany had invaded Poland? Those two countries were Great Britain and France. Question number 4. The origin of the phrase differs depending on who you ask, but as a general rule, if you wish to tell someone performing good luck, what three-word phrase would you say? You would say, break a leg. Question number 5. What Australian marsupial looks very much like a kangaroo, but is generally much smaller? Those marsupials are called wallabies. Question number 6. What term is used when an epidemic spreads to other countries or continents and involves a substantial number of people? People have heard this word quite a bit in the last 5 years. The answer is a pandemic. Question number 7. What is the heavy-bodied lizard that reaches a length of 10 feet and a weight of 360 pounds that feeds on wild boar, deer, and pigs? The answer is the Komodo dragon. Question number 8. It may indicate an emperor's wife or a woman who rules in her own right. What is the name for the female equivalent of an emperor? The answer is an empress. Question number 9. What American national park is a vast complex of subtropical wetlands and coastal marine ecosystems featuring fresh and saltwater marshes, hardwood hummocks, pine rocklands, and mangrove forests? That national park is called Everglades National Park. Question number 10. What prefix is added to words such as flexion or extension that indicates movement beyond the normal position? The answer is hyper. If you go beyond, it is hyperextension or hyperflexion. Question number 11. What is the name of the acute viral disease whose name was derived from the Latin word for rage? That Latin word is rabire. The answer is rabies. Question number 12. The earliest mirrors were pieces of polished stone, often made of what naturally occurring black volcanic glass? The answer is obsidian. Question number 13. The ancient Greeks generally believed the world consisted only of what 3 continents? According to most Greeks, it was Europe, Africa, and Asia. Question number 14. Before it is utilized in the creation of shoes and handbags, what is untanned cattle skin called? Before it is tanned, it is known as rawhide. Question number 15. Named after a variety of yucca plant, what is the southernmost national park in California? The answer is Joshua Tree National Park. Question 16. Lloyd Alexander wrote what book that was turned into the 25th animated Disney feature film in which an army of warriors is built from the bodies of slain soldiers? This was a little darker Disney than you're used to. The answer is The Black Cauldron. Question number 17. Complete this line uttered by the White Rabbit in Alice in Wonderland. The hurrier I go, the what? This line sums up my whole life. The hurrier I go, the behinder I get. Question number 18. George Washington Carver came up with 100 uses for sweet potatoes, 60 uses for pecans, and 325 uses for what legume? His most famous work was with the peanut. Question number 19. What was the most common nickname for those sailors, typically of low rank, who mopped the decks of pirate ships? Really any ships, but especially pirate ships. The answer is swabbies, or swabs. And question number 20. In J.R.R. Tolkien's books, what kind of creatures are Encalagon, Glaurung, and Scantha? The most famous of these creatures is Smaug. The answer is dragons. Question number 1. There have been only 2 American presidents who have died in the month of September. Both of these presidents died by assassination. What are the last names of these 2 men? Died by assassination should narrow it down. Now you only have to rule out a couple of presidents. The answer is Garfield and McKinley. Question number 2. Although it had been used by several of the world's peoples for some thousands of years, what symbol came to represent mass murder, genocide, and tyranny after it was adopted by the Nazis and is now pretty much permanently on the do not use list? That symbol is the swastika. Question number 3. The series of battles that were fought during the Mexican War that culminated in the Battle of Chapultepec are commemorated in what phrase of the first line in the U.S. Marine Corps hymn? Gotta think of the song, think of the first line. From the halls of Montezuma is the answer. Question number 4. They are known as primary rocks as they are formed through cooling and solidification of magma or lava. The name for which classification of rock was derived from a Latin word that means fire? The Latin word that means fire is ignis. These are igneous rocks. Igneous is the answer. Question number 5. What is the name of the simple device containing loose beads or bits of colored glass that is essentially a cylinder with mirrors that produces symmetrical designs when rotated? What is the name of that little contraption? The answer is a kaleidoscope. Question number 6. The ancient Egyptians noticed that a certain very bright star began appearing above the horizon just before the floods came. What is the name of this heavenly body that is also known as the Dog Star? The answer is Sirius. Question number 7. If you buy something in another country and take it home to the U.S., the merchandise must be cleared at the port of entry. It may be subject to extra charges collected by the government called what? There are a couple of ways of getting around it. One is to hide it in your backpack. The other is to go to the duty-free shops. Duty or tariffs is the answer. Question number 8. During World War II, these islands became a fiercely contested battleground in the Pacific. The only North American territory occupied by the Japanese in the war was a couple of islands in what 1,000-mile-long archipelago? The answer is the Aleutian Islands. Question number 9, sometimes used to refer to someone who refuses to throw anything away. What is the name of the North American rodent, usually about 8 inches long, exclusive of its hairy tail, that often decorates its large nest with shiny materials and objects from human habitations? I have been called this on occasion. The answer is a pack rat. Question number 10. The purpose of the ceremony is to ask for good luck and safe travels for the ship, its crew, and its passengers. What is the name of the formal event that involves the blessing of a new ship, usually by breaking a bottle of champagne over its bow before it first sets sail? When they do that to a new boat, they call it christening the boat. Question number 11. When Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his "I Have a Dream" speech, he was standing 18 steps below the central figure of what Washington, D.C. memorial that was first opened 7 years before MLK was born? I think it opened in 1922. He was born in 29. It was the Lincoln Memorial. Question number 12. What is the name of the apparatus often found in a science laboratory that operates on the same principle as the spin cycle of a washing machine that removes water from clothes? It operates on the principle of centrifugal force. It is a centrifuge. Question number 13. Some varieties grow to heights of 15 feet. What is the name for these pretty plants of the daisy family, often associated with the state of Kansas, that are cultivated for their edible seeds and used for bird and poultry feed and as a source of vegetable oil? These pretty plants are known as sunflowers. Question number 14. The Grand Banks of Newfoundland is known as the foggiest place on Earth. The reason is that in this region, the cold waters of the Labrador Current meet the warm waters of what other current? The answer is the Gulf Stream. Question number 15. What tactic was illustrated when Huey Long spoke before the Senate for 15 hours and 30 minutes, urging continued Senate confirmation for senior employees of the National Recovery Administration, and describing his favorite recipes? If you're talking for 15 plus hours, that's called a filibuster. Filibuster is the answer. Question number 16. What was the name for the kind of armor worn by knights of the Middle Ages that consisted of thousands of interlocking rings painstakingly linked by hand to form a shirt, a cap, or leggings? By the way, Dayton's Renaissance Festival starts, I think, tomorrow, this weekend. The answer is chainmail. Might need to go check that out. Question number 17. On the shore, dimly seen through mists of the deep, where the foe's haughty host in dread silence reposes, what is that which the breeze or the towering steep, as it fitfully blows, half conceals, half discloses? These words are from the second verse of what song? You know the first verse of the Star-Spangled Banner. You don't hear the second verse as much. Question number 18. What piece of furniture was allegedly devised, or at least implemented, by King Arthur to preempt rivalry among members of his entourage, seating them all in an equal position while gathered for meals and meetings? Surely they existed before King Arthur, but he's the one that made him famous. The answer is a round table. Question number 19. Basically, it's the time it takes for the infection to develop. What term is used for the time that elapses between exposure to a pathogen and the appearance of symptoms of the associated disorder? They call that period the incubation period. And question 20. The common name for what snake of the American Southeast is a reference to its white mouth that becomes visible when it opens wide to frighten predators or to prepare for a strike? What's the common name for that type of snake? If you can see its bright white mouth, you know that's a cottonmouth. Cottonmouth is the answer. Question number 1. On September 2nd, 1666, the Great Fire of London began in a bakery on what road between Eastcheap and Thames Street? That fire famously started on Pudding Lane. Question number 2. What is the two-letter abbreviation for any law enforcement officer in the U.S. Army? The answer is MP. For military police. It's all fun till the MPs show up. Question number 3. In the mnemonic device Roy G. Biv, what does the I stand for? The answer is indigo. Question number 4. What is the irregular mountain system of South Central Europe which occupies most of Switzerland and parts of 4 other countries? What is the name of that mountain system? The answer is the Alps. Question number 5. What kind of magnet has a magnetic field only during the time a current flows through the solenoid at its core? That type of magnet is called an electromagnet. Question number 6. What is the name of the animal in the Tales About Pecos Bill that is the same species as Walter Farley's Man o' War and Mary O'Hara's Flicka? Those are all horses, and Pecos Bill's horse was named Widowmaker. Question number 7. What is the term that refers to having sufficient biological defenses to avoid specific kinds of disease? If you have the sufficient biological defense, you have the immunity. Question number 8. What famous silversmith engraved the plates used to print the American colony's first paper money? He's usually known for something else. The answer is Paul Revere. Question number 9. What is the abbreviation that can mean a certain Canadian province or a time before the year 1? The answer is BC. Question number 10. What method of problem solving is illustrated when you keep trying different potential solutions that don't work until you find one that does work? What's the name for that method of problem solving? The answer is trial and error. Question number 11. What adjective indicates any animal, human or otherwise, that has only a single mate? The word we're looking for is monogamous. Question number 12. The process of carbonation involves the charging of a liquid with what gas? It's not carbon monoxide, it's carbon dioxide. Question number 13. According to the quote in Poor Richard's Almanac, what do fish and visitors do after 3 days? After 3 days, fish and visitors begin to stink. Question number 14. The walk, trot, canter, and gallop are varieties of the rhythmic movement of a horse's feet and legs called its what? What do they call that when it's dealing with a horse? That is known as the horse's gait. Question 15. The principal vein, or zone of veins, of gold or silver ore is known as what kind of lode? If you find the main zone of veins, it is known as the mother lode. Question number 16. What is the largest Greek island by both area and population? The answer is Crete. Question number 17. Any substance that allows other substances to dissolve in it is called a what? The answer is a solvent. Question number 18. What is the name of the land deal consummated in 1853 through which the U.S. acquired border territory from Mexico for $10 million? That was known as the Gadsden Purchase. Question number 19. What happens to an object placed in a fluid if its density is greater than that of the fluid? You got two options here. It floats or it sinks. If its density is greater than the fluid, it sinks. And question 20. In the Battle of Crécy in 1346, what specific weapon enabled 20,000 Englishmen to defeat some 60,000 French soldiers? That was a big battle for the longbow. Longbow is the answer. Bow and arrow is kind of correct, but specifically, it's the longbow. Much bigger arrows, much further flight, much more dangerous. Question number 1. In 2010, the Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico became the worst in U.S. history, far surpassing the worst previous spill in 1989 from what damaged supertanker that struck a reef off the coast of Alaska? The answer is the Exxon Valdez. Question number 2. Empowered to determine the guilt of members of the armed forces subject to military law, and, if the defendant is found guilty, to decide upon punishment. What is the name for the judicial proceedings for members of the military? The answer we're looking for is a court-martial. Question number 3. It has the longest coastline of any country in Europe, and it is the southernmost country in Europe. What is this country that also has the longest coastline on the Aegean Sea? The answer is Greece. Question number 4. Founded by James Oglethorpe in 1732, it was named after a king from another country. Which one of the 13 original American colonies is geographically located the furthest south? The answer is Georgia. Question number 5. Gutzon Borglum was the carving consultant who worked on the Confederate memorial carving at Stone Mountain in Georgia, and he was also the primary sculptor on what other similar project in the Black Hills of South Dakota? The answer is Mount Rushmore. Question number 6. This man stops to help when a priest and a Levite would not. What name is given to this biblical figure from the Gospel of Luke who saves a traveler who has been beaten, robbed, and left for dead on the road? The answer is the Good Samaritan. Question number 7. Piecing together information derived from studying deep sea sediments, fossils, and landforms. Evidence for what ages include rock scouring and scratching, moraines, drumlins, valley cutting, erratics, and the deposition of till. Those terms all deal with glaciers. We're talking about the ice ages. Question number 8. You are on a sand dune in the Mojave Desert and you notice a series of short parallel lines. These markings could likely indicate that what kind of venomous rattlesnake had recently been there. This is where a visual trivia would definitely help. Those lines could have been made by a sidewinder. Those parallel lines are indicative of a sidewinder snake. Question number 9. Wife Elizabeth wrote sonnets from the Portuguese, while husband Robert is known for his dramatic monologue, My Last Duchess. Who is this British pair who gained fame for their poetry during the 19th century? Robert and Elizabeth, their last name was Browning. They were the Brownings. Question number 10. During this rebellion, a Muslim group called the Hansu Braves set fire to Hanlin Academy during the siege of the foreign legations. What is the name of this rebellion, which occurred during the Qing dynasty and was defeated by the Eight-Nation Alliance? The answer is the Boxer Rebellion. Question number 11. The term nekton refers to animals that can swim freely in the oceans under their own power. What is the term used for the microscopic marine organisms that simply drift around in the tides and currents, mostly near the surface? Nekton can swim freely. Plankton just drifts in the water. Question number 12. The Sun Also Rises takes place in this country, as does Hemingway's short story, Hills Like White Elephants. His novel, For Whom the Bell Tolls, describes Robert Jordan's service in what country's Civil War? The country we're looking for is Spain. Question number 13. Also known by his nickname Wormtail, what is the name of the character in Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban who framed Sirius Black for the murder of 13 people, including Harry Potter's parents? Wormtail was named Peter Pettigrew. Question 14. What other series of books that were turned into a series of movies stars Shailene Woodley as Triss, who discovers that she shows characteristics of multiple factions, which makes her a member of the title category, and Theo James as Four, a member of the Dauntless faction? That was from the Divergent trilogy. Question number 15. Polar bears, saltwater crocodiles, tigers, wolves, great white sharks, hyenas, and anacondas, ecologically speaking, are collectively referred to by what term? The opposite of prey? All of those animals are not prey, they are the predators. Question number 16. She appeared alongside Finn Wolfhard and Winona Ryder in the Netflix original series Stranger Things. Who is this British actress who played Sherlock Holmes' younger sister in a 2020 Netflix original film and its 2022 sequel? Starring in Netflix TV shows and movies, her name is Millie Bobby Brown. Question number 17. This man's forces were besieged at Medina during the Battle of the Trench, but this man's shrewd tactics led him to victory. What is the name of this member of the Quraysh tribe whose sayings are collected as hadith? The answer is Muhammad. Question number 18. 57 people were killed and 200 homes, 27 bridges, 15 miles of railways, 185 miles of highways, and 230 square miles of forest were devastated in 1980 when what stratovolcano in the Cascade Volcanic Arc, 96 miles south of Seattle, erupted? That big boom was Mount St. Helens. Question number 19. Noted for their distinct animal species such as the giant land tortoise, the flightless cormorant, and the marine iguana, what is the name for these islands off of South America's western coast? The answer is the Galapagos Islands. And question 20. In some bivalves, a foreign object such as a grain of sand can become lodged between the mantle and the shell. To reduce irritation, the mantle secretes calcium bicarbonate around it, forming what new object? That is how a pearl is made. The answer is pearl. Question number 1. What is the name for the small ceremonial hardwood mallet used by presiding officers such as auctioneers, judges, and chairpersons to call for the conclusion of a transaction, to call for attention, or to punctuate rulings? This small ceremonial mallet is called a gavel. Question number 2. The island of Ireland is divided between the Republic of Ireland, which encompasses about 5/6 of the island, and Northern Ireland, which makes up the other 1/6 and is a part of what other country? Northern Ireland is a part of the United Kingdom. Question number 3. Although in many different recordings and performances since then, they have used actual cannons. In Tchaikovsky's version of The War of 1812, what family of musical instruments did he use to portray the sounds of cannon fire and bombs bursting? The answer is the percussion. Question number 4. Edward Braddock, Fort Ticonderoga. James Wolfe, Fort Necessity. Quebec, Fort Niagara. William Pitt, and Fort Frontenac. These people and places are all related to what North American war in the 1750s and 60s? The answer is the French and Indian War, which was a theater of the 7 Years' War, but French and Indian War was what I'm looking for. Question number 5. It is sometimes called the Gem State because nearly every type of gemstone, from amethyst and jasper to opal and aquamarine, has been found there. What is the name of this northwestern U.S. state that is also called the Potato State? All those jewels and gems, and all I know it for is that's where French fries come from. The answer is Idaho. Question number 6. What name is given to the behavior leading to a lowered concentration of carbon dioxide in your blood that may involve either breathing at an abnormally fast rate or breathing more deeply than normal? What is the term for that condition? That is what happens when you are hyperventilating. Hyperventilation, any form of that word will work. Question number 7. With a telescope or binoculars, the width in feet of the area visible from 1,000 yards away is known as the FOV. What does the acronym FOV stand for in this type of situation? In this situation, FOV stands for your field of view. Question number 8. According to legend, after Minos' son was killed by the Athenians, he avenged his death by ordering that every year, or every 9th year depending on the source, 7 Greek maidens and 7 Greek youths were to be sent to him where he would feed them to what monster? Minos was the king with the labyrinth, and he fed them to the Minotaur. Question number 9. On the last day of December in 1999, U.S. troops lowered the American flag for the last time over a strategic area which, from that point forward, would be administered by what Latin American country? From that point forward, it was administered by Panama. It was the Panama Canal was the strategic area. Question number 10. Was I to believe him in earnest in his intention to penetrate to the center of this massive globe? Had I been listening to the mad speculations of a lunatic or to the scientific conclusions of a lofty genius? This line is from what popular Jules Verne book? The answer is Journey to the Center of the Earth. Question number 11. What is the name for the kind of document, sometimes involving tens, hundreds, thousands, even millions of signatures, that have been used to qualify candidates for public office and to qualify initiative proposals to be placed on ballots? We're looking for the name of that kind of document. The document we're looking for is called a petition. Question number 12. Then one of the 12 went unto the chief priests and said unto them, What will ye give me, and I will deliver him unto you? And they covenanted with him for 30 pieces of silver. Which one of Jesus' disciples was this verse talking about? This is the story of Judas. Judas is the answer. Question number 13. What is the name of the former independent country in the Himalayas that has been controlled by China since its takeover in 1951 and is the source of the Yangtze, Salween, and Mekong rivers? That country is the country of Tibet. Question number 14. Somewhat resembling beavers, what is the name of the common, semi-aquatic rodents weighing 2 to 5 pounds with webbed feet and scaly, roundish tails that make their homes in riverbank burrows? The answer is muskrats. Question number 15. What is the term that in ancient Rome referred to an oval arena for chariot races, equestrian shows, and staged battles that later came to mean the kind of entertainments produced by people such as James Bailey and P.T. Barnum? The answer is a circus. Question number 16. Pablo Picasso's Pablo Picasso, Vincent van Gogh's Vincent van Gogh, Andy Warhol's Andy Warhol, and Frida Kahlo's The Two Fridas are all great examples of what type of painting that became popular during the mid-15th century. Those are all examples of self-portraits. Question number 17. Named for a valuable textile, the ancient network of caravan routes that linked China with India, the Mideast, and the Mediterranean world was known as what road? The answer is the Silk Road. Question number 18. What is the name of the Portuguese explorer who was employed by the King of Spain that embarked in 1519 from Seville and sailed through the strait that now bears his name and then was killed in the Philippines in 1521? The answer is Ferdinand Magellan. Question number 19. At a signal from Sam Adams, a well-organized group of men disguised as Mohawk Indians rushed to Griffin's Wharf, boarded the ships, and threw what kind of merchandise into the closest body of water? The answer is tea. That was the Boston Tea Party. And question 20. Located to the northwest of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, what is the name of the only settlement in Great Britain that is inhabited solely by wizards, witches, and other magical beings? That's where you'd go to hang out with wizards and get all your wizard gear. The answer is Hogsmeade. or the village of Hogsmeade? Question number 1. What is the name for the material used in classical sculpture that is a metamorphic rock derived from limestone that is composed mainly of a crystalline form of calcium carbonate? A lot of classical sculptures are made from marble. Marble is the answer. Question number 2. Originally, James Cook called it Stingray Bay because of the abundance of those fish there. But then, because of the tremendous variety of plants found in the region, he soon changed the name to what name that is still used in Australia today? It used to be called Stingray Bay, now it is known as Botany Bay. Question number 3. They have trunks more than 10 meters in circumference and may reach heights in excess of 75 meters. Found only in California, what is the name for these world's most massive trees by volume? The coastal redwoods are the tallest, but the giant sequoias are the biggest ones by volume. Sequoia is the answer. Question number 4. This angle value can be specified in various angular units, such as degrees. It is often used in sailing and flying. When dealing with navigation, what is the term for the horizontal angle between the direction of an object and north or another object? The answer is the bearing. Question number 5. What is the symbol of the American Revolution that was first cast by the London firm of Lester and Pack, and then later recast 2 different times by 2 Philadelphia workmen named John Pass and John Stowe? Pass and Stowe, their names are on the Liberty Bell. Liberty Bell is the answer. Question number 6. In a painting by an Indian who fought at the Little Bighorn, the artist shows Kicking Bear, Rain in the Face, Crazy Horse, and Sitting Bull standing over what dead cavalry commander? The answer is George Custer. Question number 7. The mouse varieties of these creatures are the smallest primates in the world, while the ring-tailed variety plays prominently in popular culture. Madagascar is the only place on Earth that is home to what species of primates? The answer is the lemur. Question number 8. Who was the British Queen when the country of England defeated the Spanish Armada and the local Londoners first flocked to see the plays of William Shakespeare at his original Globe Theatre? The name of this British queen was Queen Elizabeth I. Question number 9. This character's namesake show includes the episode Band Geeks, in which this character's best friend asks if mayonnaise is an instrument. Who is this yellow animated character who lives in Bikini Bottom and also ends up featured in a lot of memes? The answer is SpongeBob SquarePants. Question number 10. What is the title for the positional head of a huge United States government department that is most important to people who are involved with the hobby of philately? The hobby of philately is better known as stamp collecting. The answer would be the Postmaster General. Question 11. Most of the bones of the skull are held together by firm, immovable fibrous joints that have what name? That can also be used to describe the threads or strands which help to close up an open wound. It's the same name, different definitions. What are we looking for? The answer we're looking for is sutures. Question number 12. The so-called Second Industrial Revolution saw this metal becoming more widely used for construction, replacing the less durable iron. Henry Bessemer names an industrial process used to develop what type of metal? The Bessemer process is used to make steel. Steel is the answer. Question number 13. The aerodynamic stability of arrows is improved by the fletching on the shaft that causes it to spin as it leaves the bow. What is the term for the spiral grooves inside the barrels of firearms that forces a similar action for bullets? Those spiral grooves inside the barrels is known as its rifling. That's what causes the bullet to spin. Question number 14. Many of these Aboriginal artworks, including the Bradshaws at Kimberley, are believed to depict the Dreamtime. A hall of what type of primitive artwork at Lascaux, France depicts ancient bulls called aurochs? What is this type of primitive artwork? The answer is cave paintings. Question number 15. There is some speculation that Cadbury Hill, in the civil parish of South Cadbury in the English county of Somerset, might have been the site for what castle that is central to the Arthurian legends? That castle and kingdom was known as Camelot. Question number 16. What is the name of the West Indian Commonwealth that was discovered by Christopher Columbus, settled by Ponce de Leon, and then ceded to the U.S. after the Spanish-American War? The answer is Puerto Rico. Question number 17. What is the title of the Charles Dickens novel where Miss Havisham encourages her adopted daughter Estella to break Pip's heart, since she herself was left at the altar? The answer is Great Expectations. Question number 18. This religious sect, founded by Mother Ann Lee, is an offshoot of the Quakers, noteworthy for practicing strict celibacy, writing hymns such as Simple Gifts, and building awesome furniture, the United Society of Believers in Christ's second appearing are more commonly known by what name? This offshoot of the Quakers are known as the Shakers. Question number 19. This country and Malaysia are home to the world's remaining population of wild orangutans. This country contains the most populous island in the world, Java. What is the name of this island country with the capital of Jakarta? The answer is Indonesia. And question 20. He gave the "I am prepared to die" speech at the Rivonia trial, after which he was imprisoned on Robben Island. This man and F.W. de Klerk were jointly awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1993. Who is this man who wrote the autobiography Long Walk to Freedom? Long Walk to Freedom is the autobiography of Nelson Mandela. Question number 1. The three major types of galaxies include the irregular, the elliptical, and what other one? The irregular, the elliptical, and the spiral galaxies. Question number 2. What is the name of the river that starts in Switzerland and flows northward more than 800 miles to the North Sea? The answer is the Rhine. Question number 3. What are the first 4 words in the lyrics of Felix Mendelssohn's Wedding March? If you couldn't think of this one, you're gonna kick yourself. It is "Here Comes the Bride." Question number 4. What kind of tethered aircraft was used in Benjamin Franklin's experiment that proved lightning is electricity? The answer is a kite. Question number 5. What kind of paper was named after the capital of the Philippines? The answer is Manila. Question number 6. What U.S. state is the primary setting for Marjorie Rawlings' book, The Yearling? What state is that story set in? The answer is Florida. Question number 7. What is the term for food that is regurgitated from the first stomach to the mouth of a ruminant, such as a giraffe, cow, or goat? The answer is cud. Chewing the cud. Question number 8. Bantamweight, junior lightweight, welterweight, and cruiserweight are divisions in what professional sport? The answer is boxing. Question number 9. What is the term for a female horse that is 2 to 5 years old? They call that a filly. Question number 10. What is the most prominent gorge in the vicinity of the homelands of the Hualapai, the Havasupai, the Southern Paiute, and the Navajo tribes? The most prominent gorge over there is the Grand Canyon. Question number 11. In the Merry Adventures of Robin Hood, what king ultimately pardons Robin and his men? The king we're looking for is the lion-hearted Richard I. King Richard. Question number 12. When dealing in political metaphors, a revered idea or institution which few dare to question is known as a sacred what? Those are known as sacred cows. Question number 13. Akbar the Great was the emperor of what land? The answer is India. Question number 14. What is the more common name of London's liquid artery? You don't often hear it referred to as such, but that's what I'm going to use from now on. London's liquid artery is the Thames River. Question number 15. According to Julia Ward Howe in The Battle Hymn of the Republic, what is marching on? As the song goes, His truth is marching on. His truth is the answer. Question number 16. The world's most colorful and largest collection of petrified wood is in a national park in what U.S. state? The answer is Arizona. Question number 17. The venom of what spider found throughout the continental U.S. is up to 15 times as potent as that of rattlesnakes? The answer is the black widow. Question number 18. The American Civil War began when Pierre Beauregard's guns opened fire on Major Robert Anderson's troops in what fort? That first fight was at Fort Sumter. Question number 19. What constituent country of the United Kingdom occupies the northern third of Great Britain? The answer is Scotland. And question 20, popularized by Teddy Roosevelt and Ernest Hemingway, what is the term for overland hunting expeditions in Africa? The answer is a safari. Safari is the term we're looking for. Question number 1. Both Sputnik 1 and Sputnik 2 were launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in what modern-day country? A former Soviet republic which moved its capital away from the city of Almaty to the city of Astana in 1997. Both Sputnik 1 and Sputnik 2 were launched from the modern-day country of Kazakhstan. Question number 2. American football was in danger of being banned outright in 1905 due to its brutality. Luckily, which president/bull moose stepped in and organized a summit aimed at making the game safer? The answer is Theodore Roosevelt. Question number 3. These particles, which experience asymptotic freedom, can combine with their antiparticle to form mesons. What are these particles discovered by George Zweig and Murray Gell-Mann that come in 6 flavors such as up, down, charm, and strange? The answer is quarks. Question number 4. In The Great Gatsby, Gatsby claims to have graduated from this British university, although it's later revealed he only went there for 5 months. Lyra Belacqua, the heroine of The Golden Compass, was raised at a parallel version of what university? The British university we're looking for is Oxford. Question number 5. On Titan, this substance falls as liquid rain, and most labs use this substance as fuel for Bunsen burners. This compound is the main component of natural gas, and this compound is the simplest alkane. What is this compound with the formula CH4? The answer is methane. Question number 6. The founder of this religion appointed himself Commodore of the Sea Org. In one of their core practices, novices, known as pre-clears, are audited using an E-meter. The highest auditing level of this religion is operating Thetan 8, which is only taught aboard a cruise ship operated by what church? The church we're looking for is the Church of Scientology. Question number 7. Balin le Savage is known for wielding 2 of these objects, and a curse on one of them means Balin will kill his brother. Sir Bedivere threw one of these objects into a lake, and one of what objects appeared on Christmas Eve embedded in a stone and anvil to be drawn by the true king? The object we're talking about in all situations is a sword. Question number 8. In this musical, Chulalongkorn disputes the size of his home country on a map after a royal governess sings "Getting to Know You." What is the name of this Rodgers and Hammerstein musical about Anna Leonowens and the King of Siam? The answer is The King and I. Question number 9. Today, conversations about football safely largely center on concerns about this condition, which is studied by Dr. Bennett Omalu. recent studies found that 96% of NFL brains examined have signs of what condition? The answer is chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or CTE. Question number 10. In one work from this country, a naval commander uses straw boats to capture arrows from Cao archers. In another work, Sandy and Pigsy go to India with Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Journey to the West are two of the four classics from what country? The answer is China. Question number 11. One member of this family wears a distinctive fang earring and worked in Egypt as a curse breaker. Another member of this family chose to go to Romania to work with dragons rather than play professional Quidditch. What is this family known for their red hair and freckles in the Harry Potter series? That family is the Weasley family. Question number 12. John Adams was nearly dragged into war with France after what alphabetically named incident in which American diplomats who had been sent to negotiate peace were asked to provide bribes and a loan to 3 French agents? What was the name of that situation? It was known as the XYZ Affair. Question number 13. The Archbishops of Canterbury were in full communion with the Catholic Church until which king broke with the Vatican due to Pope Clement VII not annulling his marriage to Catherine of Aragon? The answer is King Henry VIII. Question 14. One of this man's poems includes the line, "The land was ours before we were the land's." That poem, "The Gift Outright," was read by this poet at John F. Kennedy's inauguration. What poet said that he took the one less traveled by in a poem describing 2 roads that diverged in a yellow wood? The answer is Robert Frost. Question number 15. Aaron Copland's ballet Rodeo includes sections titled Buckaroo Holiday and Hoedown. Another Copland ballet begins and ends with a theme titled The Open Prairie and climaxes with Sheriff Pat Garrett shooting what title outlaw? The answer is Billy the Kid. Question number 16. What is the 1844 novel in which the title group, assisted by D'Artagnan, works to thwart Cardinal Richelieu, protect the Queen's honor by retrieving some diamond jewelry, and save the life of the Duke of Buckingham? This 1844 novel was called The Three Musketeers. Question number 17. This god lost a boat race to his nephew, since that nephew had painted his wooden boat to look like stone. What is the name of this Egyptian god of the desert who married his sister Nephthys, and who the Greeks associate with Typhon? Egyptian gods have a lot of names, but the two most common are Set or Seth. Question number 18. Truman Capote claimed that this city's Pontalba buildings were the oldest apartments in America. Those buildings form two sides of this city's Jackson Square. One business in what city, Café du Monde, is known for its beignets? The city we're looking for is New Orleans, Louisiana. Question number 19. Achilles fights and kills this Prince of Troy, then drags his body around the city for 12 days. The epic ends with Achilles relenting and returning what man's body to his father Priam, who then stages a funeral? The answer is Hector. And question 20. Matt Groening created the long-running popular TV show The Simpsons. Groening also created what animated show which follows Philip J. Fry as he works for Planet Express in the year 3000? That show is called Futurama. His main rival for many years was the steel industry's Andrew Carnegie. What is the name of this late 19th and early 20th century tycoon of the petroleum refining business, who for a time was the wealthiest man in the United States? The answer is John D. Rockefeller. Question number 2. After this event, a group of deities meets up and rediscovers a set of gold game pieces. What is this event that is preceded by the crowing of 3 roosters, and during which the sons of Muspel proceed to the field of Vigrid after breaking the bridge of Bifrost? All those words and terms and names are from Norse mythology. The answer is Ragnarok. Question number 3. The big, beautiful waterfalls that grace the rivers of what country were named after the pilot Jimmy Angel, who was one of the first aviators to fly over them, doing so in 1933, and who brought knowledge of their existence to the outside world? Jimmy Angel is the namesake of Angel Falls in Venezuela. Question number 4. During official times of mourning, half-staff is appropriate on land and is the preferred term used in the flag code and in presidential proclamations. What is the term preferred by maritime organizations and is more appropriate at sea? It's half-staff when you're on land and half-mast when you're at sea. Question number 5. This disease was historically treated with quinine. It is caused by the Plasmodium parasite, and Microsoft software founder Bill Gates has pledged over $1 billion to fight what mosquito-borne disease? The answer is malaria. Question number 6. The character is first introduced in A Story of the Jungle Book as a friend and helps Bagheera and Baloo rescue Mowgli from a group of monkeys. What is the name of this snake who is a protagonist in the original books and a secondary antagonist in the Disney films? In the Disney films, he's not the main bad guy, but he is a bad guy. His name is Kaa. Question number 7. The first Opium War was fought between this country and Great Britain from 1839 to 1842. In the Second Opium War from 1856 to 1860, what country, now weakened, fought both Great Britain and France? The answer is China. Question number 8. The Dutch took over the Moluccas in the 17th century and used them as the basis for their monopoly of a certain trade. Before they were called the Moluccas, they were appropriately known as the what islands? The Dutch used them as their basis for the spice trade. They were called the Spice Islands. Question number 9. What lake in northeastern New York, northwestern Vermont, and southern Quebec was named after the French explorer who served as Commandant of New France in 1612 and Governor of Quebec in 1633? The lake that we're looking for is Lake Champlain. Question number 10. Many surnames were originally linked to a profession, such as Cooper to a barrel maker, Chandler to a maker of candles, and Thatcher to a roof. What surname was originally linked to the maker of arrows? The answer is Fletcher. Question number 11. During the ancient Roman period, parchment made from sheepskin became the standard writing surface and replaced what other long-used material that was made from a tall aquatic sedge? The tall aquatic sedge that they're talking about is the papyrus. Papyrus is the answer. Question number 12. This character, who first appeared in 1937, is the oldest of the official Disney princesses. What princess's movie was the first full-length cel animated film in history and includes songs such as Someday My Prince Will Come and Whistle While You Work? The answer is Snow White. Question number 13. As a hurricane sweeps across the Caribbean and heads for the North American mainland, it will be preceded by a sudden rise in sea level of 10 feet or more. What is the alliterative term that this phenomenon is known as? The answer is a storm surge. Question number 14. What was the last name of the Welsh buccaneer, probably the most famous of the adventurers who plundered Spain's Caribbean colonies during the late 17th century, who today has a popular rum named after him? If someone is asking you if you've got a little captain in you, they're talking about Captain Morgan. Morgan is the answer. Question number 15. What is the name of Egypt's second largest city and former capital that was founded in 332 BC and is currently Egypt's main port city and a center for manufacturing, cotton, and exports? The answer is Alexandria. The biggest is Cairo. Question number 16. Charles Perrault wrote histories or stories of past times, which included stories about the Sleeping Beauty, Puss in Boots, and Bluebeard. This work is better known by its subtitle. What is that subtitle? The subtitle seems to change a lot depending on which version, but the answer is The Tales of Mother Goose. But if you said anything about Mother Goose, I'll take it. Question number 17. After World War II, Churchill coined this two-word phrase for the separation of Western Europe and Soviet-influenced Eastern Europe, saying that one of what metal objects had descended across the continent? The metal object he was talking about was an iron curtain. Question number 18. If you're taking a plane ride in Canada and you're traveling east from the capital of Quebec to the capital of New Brunswick in as straight of a line as possible, which U.S. state's airspace will you most likely travel through? The state that sticks up between those two locations is the state of Maine. Question number 19. The name is said to be derived from the Latin inscription that was used on early French coins. What is the basic monetary unit of Switzerland and several other countries, including France, Belgium, and Luxembourg, until the introduction of the euro? The answer is the franc. And question 20. What is the title of the 1865 novel by Jules Verne that tells the story of the Baltimore Gun Club, a society of weapons enthusiasts, and their attempts to build an enormous space gun to launch 3 people to Earth's natural satellite? That novel's title has been shortened to From the Earth to the Moon. The long version is From the Earth to the Moon, a direct route in 97 hours and 20 minutes. What 2 planets in our solar system do not have any natural satellites? Those 2 planets are Mercury and Venus. Question number 2. The unofficial nickname Heart of Dixie is on the license plates of what U.S. state? The answer is Alabama. Question number 3. What type of bird represents the same symbolic meaning as the olive branch? The answer is a dove. Question number 4. What is the name of the pure mineral that cannot be scratched by any other known mineral, but it can scratch any other mineral? The answer is a diamond. Question number 5. Britain, France, and Israel attacked Egypt in 1956 to regain control of what waterway? The answer is the Suez Canal. Question number 6. What are the names of either of the two nations that lie between Thailand and Vietnam? You can give me either one of those nations. The answer is Laos and Cambodia. Question number 7. What is the collective name for the herbaceous plants that live beyond one flowering season? If they come back every year, they are known as perennials. Perennial is the answer. Question number 8. In what cardinal direction would you travel to get from Jordan to Turkey? From the country of Jordan to the country of Turkey, which way would you go? The answer is north. Question number 9. Who was the Persian woodcutter from the Arabian Nights who happened upon a thieves' cave filled with riches? His name was Ali Baba. Question number 10. The Duke of Wellington led the British forces against Napoleon at what historic battle? The answer is Waterloo. Question number 11. While fortissimo means to play as loudly as possible, what term means to play as softly as possible? The answer is pianissimo. Question number 12. 52 American hostages held by followers of the Ayatollah Khomeini were finally released on the last day of whose presidency? The answer is Jimmy Carter. Question number 13. Symbolizing the spirit of 76 is the yellow Gadsden flag with the words, "Don't tread on me," and a depiction of what animal? That animal is a rattlesnake. I'll accept snake, but it's a rattlesnake. Question number 14. The Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and Neolithic periods are just subdivisions of what prehistoric age? The answer is the Stone Age. Question number 15. What Roman emperor ordered the construction of a wall to prevent enemies from invading England from Scotland? That is known as Hadrian's Wall. His name was Hadrian. Question number 16. What kind of weapon destroyed the Lusitania in 1915? Was it a gun? Was it a bomb? Was it a knife? It was a torpedo. The answer is torpedo. Question number 17. An agent, remedy, or treatment that mitigates the effects of a poison or a toxin is called a what? You've seen it in all the movies. They're looking for the antidote. Or you could say antitoxin, but antidote is the most common one. Question number 18. What is the name for a polyhedron that has a polygon as one of its faces, while its 4 other lateral faces are all triangles that meet at a vertex? You can picture that in your head. It looks just like a pyramid. Question number 19. In 1997, what country made its first official admission that it had acted as the chief banker and money launderer for the Nazis? It wasn't Germany or Austria, it was Switzerland. Question number 20. What is the more common, more colorful name of the coal miner's disease, medically known as pneumoconiosis? The answer is black lung. It's more colorful, but it certainly doesn't sound any better. Black lung is the answer. Question number 1. Following Bobby Riggs' victory over Margaret Court in the first Battle of the Sexes match in May of 1973, which female tennis player famously defeated Riggs in straight sets in the iconic second match on September 20th, 1973 by scores of 6-4, 6-3, and 6-3? Bobby Riggs was defeated by Billie Jean King. Question number 2. Sam Drucker, played by Frank Cady, was a crossover character in 2 well-known American TV sitcoms of the 1960s called Petticoat Junction and Green Acres. What was the name of the fictional California town in which these 2 shows were set? Both of those shows were set in Hooterville. Question number 3. Who knows whether you have not come to the kingdom for such a time as this? These words from Mordecai, a captive Jew in a foreign land, were spoken to which cousin of his in an Old Testament story to urge her to ask a king to save her Jewish kinsmen from destruction? Mordecai was talking to Esther. Question number 4. Almost half of the world's population lives in the watersheds of over 30 rivers, including the Yellow, Yangtze, Mekong, and Indus, all of whose sources lie in what administrative region of China, often referred to as the roof of the world? The answer is Tibet. Question number 5. What one word satisfies each of the following 3 definitions? The sharp tapering end of an object, to use one's finger to indicate the position or direction of something, and the intersection of 2 lines in geometry. We're looking for the single term that matches all those descriptions. The word that works for all three is a point. Point is the answer. Question number 6. On December 31st, 2021, the entertainment world witnessed the passing of a true legend. Of whom was Jenna Wadsworth speaking when she tweeted that day, "Imagine living 99 years and an entire country collectively agreeing it wasn't long enough." December 31st, 2021, that was Betty White. Question number 7. Most national flags are rectangular in shape. Only Nepal has a flag which is not rectangular. 2 countries in the world have a square flag. One is Switzerland. Name the other country, which is also known for being the smallest country in the world geographically. The other one with a square flag is the Vatican City. Question number 8. The Kinsey Malone Alphabet Series, featuring such detective mystery books as A is for Alibi, B is for Burglar, all the way to Y is for Yesterday, were penned by which author who passed away in 2017 before she could finish the Z entry in the series? Her name was Sue Grafton. Question number 9. In 1922, the First World War had been over for only 4 years. The world was still recovering from the Spanish flu pandemic, and Warren G. Harding was the President of the United States when what Southeastern European empire dating back to the 14th century finally ended? That was the end of the Ottoman Empire. Question number 10. Ablutophobia, which is more common in young children than adults, is an irrational fear of what? Hint: if you have this phobia, please don't come anywhere near me unless you warn me in advance to pinch my nose closed. Ablutophobia is a fear of bathing. Question number 11. As of 2023, only 18 entertainers, including Rita Moreno, Helen Hayes, Audrey Hepburn, Mel Brooks, Jennifer Hudson, John Legend, and Whoopi Goldberg, have won all 4 of the major American art awards and thus been designated EGOT winners. What does the acronym EGOT stand for? To win the EGOT, you must win an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and a Tony. Question number 12. You receive a communication insisting that you pass the message along to 10 other people, or else some terrible consequence will befall you. Such chain letters are an example of what humorous or horrific story circulated as though true, known by a 2-word term suggesting that it belongs to a city. That is known as an urban legend. Question number 13. In 2021, the U.S. government established the newest federal holiday to be celebrated annually. First celebrated in Texas in 1865, the holiday commemorates the emancipation of enslaved people in the U.S. under the terms of the Emancipation Proclamation. What is the name of this new holiday? The holiday we're looking for is Juneteenth. Question number 14. What is the name of the Italian dessert whose name could be translated as pick me up or cheer me up, which is comprised of ladyfingers dipped in coffee and layered with a whipped mixture of eggs, sugar, and mascarpone cheese. Mascarpone? I don't know how to say that cheese, I apologize, but the answer is tiramisu. Question number 15. A piece of music written with a time signature of 4/4 has 4 beats in each measure with a quarter note getting 1 beat. A song written in 2/2 time has 2 beats in each measure, but a half note gets 1 beat. What is the frequent alternative name for a 2/2 time signature? I remember that from my old high school marching days. The answer is cut time. Question number 16. Although they were named over the course of several centuries, there remains only one planet in our solar system which is not named after a Roman or a Greek god. What is the name of this singular planet? The answer is Earth. Question number 17. Bookman, Old Style, Calibri, Casteller, Futura, Garamond, Georgia, Hattenschweiler, Impact, Mistral, Playbill, Stencil, Tahoma, Trebuchet, Verdana, and Wingdings are but a small sample of what list of features commonly known by users of word processing software? All of those would fall into the font category. They are all fonts. Question number 18. What ship name is common to each of the following 3 definitions? An American aircraft carrier famous in World War II, a NASA space shuttle which never flew, and multiple starships in the sci-fi TV show Star Trek. We're looking for the one ship name that matches all 3 definitions. The answer is Enterprise. Question number 19. Both Alaska and Hawaii border no other U.S. state. Maine has the distinction of being the only state which borders only one other. 8 is the most number of states bordered by any one U.S. state. Name either of the 2 states which border 8 others. The 2 states that border 8 other states are Missouri and Tennessee. If you got either one of those right, we'll count it. And question 20. Ohio State University boasts the only college football player to ever win the coveted Heisman Trophy award twice. The halfback accomplished this feat in 1974 and 75, going on to play for the Cincinnati Bengals in the NFL. Name this American football player. His name was Archie Griffin. What city in southeastern Alberta, Canada is known as the Gas City, due to it being built on one of North America's largest natural gas fields, and was once described by Rudyard Kipling as having all hell for a basement? Now, if you personally know Chris and Gina Philpott, you might have a pretty good idea of what city they're talking about. This city in southeastern Alberta is called Medicine Hat. Question number 2. First played by British Army officers stationed in India, this sport is named after a derogatory term used to describe inexperienced or first-year military personnel. What is this game that was devised in 1875 by Army officer Neville Chamberlain? Not to be confused with the former UK Prime Minister with the same name. Army officer Neville Chamberlain created snooker? Question number 3. This airport in the south of England with the code LGW has been in use for commercial flights since 1933. Its first terminal was known as the Beehive for its innovative circular design, but it became obsolete in the 1950s. What is this airport that currently has 2 terminals, north and south? I have flown in and out of this airport a couple of times. It's Gatwick, London Gatwick Airport. Question number 4. Fairview Lawn Cemetery is the resting place of over 100 victims of the 1912 sinking of the Titanic. It also has the site of a mass grave of victims from a major explosion caused by a 1917 collision of 2 ships in what Canadian city's harbor? By the way, I had to spell harbor like that because that's how they spell it in Canada. The answer is Halifax, Nova Scotia. Question number 5. With the advantage of not requiring a writing implement, paper, or an electrical power source, what calculating tool has been in use since ancient times and remains in everyday use today in some countries, typically by merchants and traders? That old adding tool is called an abacus or an abacus. Question number 6. Originating as an occupational surname, Chandler is a name that was applied to the person in a wealthy medieval household responsible for these items, and is now used to describe a person involved in making or selling what items? Nowadays, a chandler is involved in making and selling candles. Question number 7, derived from the Latin meaning decorated with ribbons, a lemniscate is a curve with a characteristic shape of 2 loops that meet at a central point, and which is now used as the symbol representing which mathematical concept? If you got to see a picture of a lemniscate, you would know exactly what I'm talking about, but this is not picture trivia, so the answer is infinity. You either got it or you didn't. Question number 8. Although Presbyterians describes followers of a particular religious denomination that began in the 16th century, it is also the anagram of the name of which toxic American singer, often referred to as the Princess of Pop, who was born on December 2nd, 1981. If you rearrange the word Presbyterians, you get Britney Spears, the Princess of Pop. Question number 9. This U.S. state, nicknamed the Pine Tree State, is home to the Kennebec River, the Acadia National Park, and has more than 60 historic lighthouses scattered along its coast. What is this state that is the only state whose name consists of only 1 syllable? It has a lot of lighthouses, but it does not have the most lighthouses. The answer is Maine. Question number 10. Built between 1950 and 51, the SS United States is the largest ocean liner constructed entirely within the United States, and it is recognized as being the last holder of which unofficial accolade given to passenger liners that cross the Atlantic Ocean with the highest average speed? That award was called the Blue Riband. Question number 11. Played for centuries throughout parts of Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Persian Gulf, which woodwind instrument generates sound by using enclosed reeds fed from a reservoir of air that was traditionally made from the skin of an animal, typically a sheep? That reservoir of air was also known as a bag. The answer is bagpipes. Question number 12. Due to a demand for pictures of a green Versace dress worn by Jennifer Lopez at the 42nd Grammy Awards ceremony in February of 2000, which World Wide Web specific search engine was introduced on July 12, 2001? This is kind of a tricky one because it's still Google, but it's specifically Google Images, where you can actually look up by the picture. Google Images is the answer. Question 13. Nylon is the name given to a family of synthetic polymers invented by researchers at DuPont between 1927 and 1938. Shown at the 1939 New York World's Fair, it was first used commercially in 1938. In what product? It was not used in undergarments for some time. Originally, it was used as the bristles of a toothbrush. Question number 14. Although there have been several attempts through history to ban it, what now popular beverage was tasted by Pope Clement VIII, who allegedly announced that this Satan's drink is so delicious that it would be a pity to let the infidels have exclusive use of it? I don't know how true that statement is, but I know it makes a good advertisement. The answer is coffee. Endorsed by the Pope. Question number 15. In computer programming, debugging is the process of finding and resolving defects or problems within computer programs. The term is popularly attributed to Admiral Grace Hopper after her associates found what stuck inside a relay inside a Harvard University computer in 1947. It was obviously a bug. What kind of bug? The answer is a moth. Question 16. Most commonly used by knights fighting on horseback, sabatons are a part of a knight's body armor made of riveted iron plates. They started to appear from the mid-14th century, and they were used to provide protection to which part of the body? Sabatons protected the top of your feet while you were riding horseback. Feet is the answer. Question number 17, first sold in 1928 by the Chillicothe Baking Company in Missouri. What is the convenient food product that was subject to a short-lived ban in 1943 as a wartime conservation measure and is now the subject of a popular idiom describing something amazing, outstanding, or praiseworthy? Now when you think something is nice, you say, that's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Question number 18. With a name originating from aiguille, the French word for needle, what is the name given to the small sheath, often made of plastic or metal, that is attached to the end of a shoelace to prevent the fibers from unraveling? From aiguillette, the answer, that is called an aglet. Question number 19. The game of pool, or pocket billiards, is a cue sport played on a cloth-covered table bounded by elastic bumpers known as cushions, which have 6 openings, or pockets, into which players attempt to shoot balls. Which cue sport, also known as French billiards, is played on a table that has no pockets? French billiards is known as carrom. And question 20. In 1968, Douglas Engelbart of the Stanford Research Institute first publicly demonstrated this device, which used two separate wheels to track movement across a surface. It has since evolved into what essential device for using modern computers? That device is the mouse. Question number 1. According to civil engineers, streets are paths whose primary function is to serve public spaces, usually having buildings constructed on both sides. A larger thoroughfare is for the conveyance of traffic with an improved surface for use by vehicles. What is the common word for this larger thoroughfare? Streets are for public spaces and roads are the larger thoroughfare. Road is the word. Question number 2. This word can be used in English, slang, tourism, transportation, and even electrical work. What single term can mean catching one's foot on something, the experience of a hallucination, a short journey, or to activate a mechanism? The word that works for all of those definitions is trip, to trip. Question number 3. This word is derived from Latin. It means by way of, by virtue of, through the medium of, going through, or stopping off at. What is this 3-letter word that we're looking for? Alright, now the answer for this one is via. And if you were too focused on the individual questions, you may have missed the big picture that answers 1, 2, and 3 are road trip via. Question number 4. In World War I, an American pilot presented one token to each of his squadron members. During World War II, the use of this medallion grew significantly. What are these tokens called today that are often presented as a gesture of camaraderie and unity? Abby gets a bunch of these in the Air Force. They are challenge coins. She's got quite a collection now. Question number 5. According to the Bible, an angel appeared to Joseph in a dream, commanding him to arise, take the young child and his mother, flee to blank, and stay there until I bring you word. Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. To what country was the Holy Family instructed to flee? They were instructed to flee to the country of Egypt. Question number 6. Early on, the nicknames Dream Road and Magic Carpet Ride were used to describe this superhighway, which became an example of building, using current engineering skills and within budget, the next generation of highways for the interstate system. This turnpike opened in 1940 and is in what state? The answer is Pennsylvania. Question number 7. As we travel, we recognize different accents, dialects, and even meanings of words. A city in southwest Pennsylvania has its own colloquialism. You'll hear words like crick for creek, downtown for downtown, and gumband for rubber band. What is this slang, rooted in Scot and Irish heritage, lovingly called by the locals? If you talk like you're from Pittsburgh, you're said to be speaking Pittsburghese. Question number 8. The Microsoft Windows background, clouds floating in a blue sky above green fields, was a photograph by Charles O'Rear. Microsoft bought it off a stock image website and never had to pay royalties to the photographer, even though it is believed to be one of the most viewed images in all of history. What is the title of this photograph? This is good trivia right here because everybody has seen this photograph, but very few know that the title of it is Bliss. Question number 9. Humans have an S-shaped structure deep in the temporal lobe of our brains known as the hippocampus. It receives input and stores it until we need to recall it later. Computers also have a basic storage system for information. The term for this is RAM. What does that acronym mean? RAM stands for Random Access Memory. Question number 10. These buildings, often a work of art themselves, house and safeguard rare, common, private and personal, past, present, and futuristic memorabilia. With over 35,000 examples throughout the United States, it is a traveler on a budget destination to satisfy curiosity. What do we call these institutions? The word we're looking for is a museum. Question number 11. Retired World War II amphibious vehicles have been revived and used in a few cities in the United States. These excursions travel on land and water for optimal viewing of local landmarks. While on board, travelers get to quack at surprised onlookers. What are these sightseeing trips called? The answer is ducky tours, or I've seen them where they're called duck boats. Either one of those works. Question number 12. These miniature works of art are an everyday item. They honor American life, heroes in history, milestones, achievements, even natural wonders. Originally introduced as lickable and stickable in 2007, what objects became primarily self-sticking? The lickable and stickable objects we're looking for are stamps. Now, primarily self-sticking. Question number 13. Metal for money has been used to conduct business and pay for products or services since Babylonian times. Currently in the United States, denominations range from 1 cent to $1. The back of the coin is called the reverse. What is the front side of a coin called? On every denomination of coin, the front side is called the obverse. Question number 14. Roseanne was a television show that first aired in 1988. It was originally titled Life and Stuff and paved the way for other comedians to get their own shows. In 1992, Roseanne and her sister opened a restaurant selling loose meat sandwiches. What was the name of this restaurant? I could not think of the name, but when I heard it, I remembered it. Lanford Lunchbox. I used to watch that show every day after school. Question number 15. In another comedy series, Seinfeld, George and Susan are playing a game with the boy in the bubble while waiting for Jerry and Elaine to catch up. In Season 4, Episode 7, it's remembered for George's outburst. The answer is Moops. What game was being played? The answer is Trivial Pursuit. Question number 16. 2 animated television programs have shows within the shows. The Simpsons, currently on season 34, and South Park, now in season 26. The shows within the shows are viewed by the children and are animated as well. What are the names of the 2 shows within the shows? Jude and Rick wrote a lot of questions about a lot of shows that I enjoy. The answer of this one is The Itchy and Scratchy Show and The Terrence and Phillip Show. Question number 17. In 1902, Nabisco started producing Barnum's Animal Crackers. In total, there have been 37 different animals in the assortment, but can you name the only 4 animals that have been consistently in the assortment since 1902? I'm curious to know what the 33 other animals are, but the 4 that are always in there is lion, tiger, bear, and elephant. Question number 18. Kathy Williams, a Civil War hero, holds an outstanding distinction. Before her voluntary enlistment at the age of 17, she served as an Army cook and washerwoman. She is the first documented African American woman who served in the U.S. Army. What was the nickname of the regiment that she joined? Kathy Williams was very famously a Buffalo Soldier. Buffalo Soldier is the answer. Question number 19. Ludwig Gutmann, a spinal injury specialist, believed that participating in sports would be a form of mental and physical rehabilitation. The first contest, where 16 servicemen and women participated in wheelchairs, was held in 1948. What are these games called today? The answer is the Paralympics. And question 20, from the German language for time and spirit. What is the single word defining the spirit or mood of a particular period of history as shown by the ideas and beliefs of the time, such as the Roaring Twenties or the Great Depression and currently culture wars? From German for time and spirit, the answer is Zeitgeist. Question number 1. What U.S. president's last real tooth, as well as 4 sets of his dentures, are on display at a Baltimore Museum of Dentistry? The answer is George Washington. Question 2. In 1997, what New Jersey University's basketball players sued their coaches for forcing them to run wind sprints in the nude? Rightfully so, the answer is Rutgers. Question number 3. What best-selling author returned to lawyering in 1995, winning $683,500 for the family of a brakeman killed in a rail accident? Part-time lawyer, part-time author. The answer is John Grisham. Question number 4. What famous ocean liner got its first permanent resident when 81-year-old Beatrice Muller boarded in January of 2000 and decided to stay? The answer is the Queen Elizabeth II, the QE2. Question number 5. What nation's health ministry recommended lovemaking holidays for its citizens stressed out by the neighboring Soviet Union in 1989? Sounds like it's just about time for vacation. The answer is Finland. Finland is the answer. Question number 6. What food in a Dr. Stephen Renard study eased symptoms of the common cold by slowing the movement of white blood cells? The answer is chicken soup. It's practically medicinal. Question number 7. What did Corpus Christi's Sunrise Mall ban shoppers from wearing backwards, claiming that it signified gang membership in 1994? The answer is baseball caps. Can't wear them backwards. Question number 8. What Midwestern U.S. city's dental health theater is home to the world's only known set of 16 3-foot-high fiberglass teeth? So there's 16 teeth. They're 3 foot high, made of fiberglass. They are in St. Louis, Missouri. Question number 9. What Tom's Diner singer served up a 1999 collection of poetry, journal entries, and confessional called The Passionate Eye? The answer is Suzanne Vega. Question number 10. What resurgent parlor dice game has been called part female bonding agent, part bridge for the brainless? I've never played it, but that sounds appealing. The answer is Bunko. Bunko. Question number 11. What New England state attracts the curious to Clark's Trading Post to ogle a stuffed two-headed calf or watch bears play basketball? I've never even heard of that place, New Hampshire, but I'm putting it on the road trip list. Gotta see me some basketball. Question number 12. What nation's farm union leader coolly noted that the only way to get rid of foot and mouth disease was to slaughter the whole country? Seems like there might be a better way. The answer is Britain. Question number 13. What religious leader noted a beautiful face or a beautiful body, no matter how beautiful, eventually decomposes into a skeleton? That was said by the Dalai Lama. Question number 14. Starring the title Chimp, what cult flick did Ronald Reagan screen at Camp David while hosting a birthday party for Michael Deaver's young daughter? The answer is Bedtime for Bonzo. Question number 15. What nation's McDonald's president claimed that by eating burgers for 1,000 years we will become taller, our skin white, and our hair blonde? I think he's been misinformed because that's not what's happening over here, but the answer is Japan. The president of McDonald's in Japan said that. Question number 16. What word flashes every 3 minutes on a sign next to a cardboard cutout of Mr. Wonderful at the Lawrence Welk Museum? That word is applause, like the old TV show signs. Question number 17. What sport saw Ozeki Kao have to redo his Tai Chi 3 times after Takokanami repeatedly yanked it sideways? And I apologize for all the mispronounced words there. The answer is sumo wrestling. Question number 18. What celebrity was pictured topless in the never-before-seen photos that Alan Reed unearthed from under his bed and auctioned off in 2001? Those previously unreleased photos were of Marilyn Monroe. Question number 19. What sport did John Wooden call easy to coach because all you have to do is tell them to stay to the left and hurry back? The sport he was talking about was track, the running part of track and field. And question 20. What U.S. president said his only chance to get behind the wheel was when he would drive around the circle in the Oval Office? That is a famous Bushism. His name was George Bush. Question number 1. Elvis Presley famously doted on his mother, once giving her a pink Cadillac even though she did not drive. This pink car became forever linked with his image. But what color was the car originally painted when he purchased it? Before it was a pink Cadillac, what color was it? Originally, it was blue. Question number 2. Of the 26 James Bond films, 24 had their own special theme song, usually performed by a different artist each time. Who is the only singer to perform 2 Bond theme songs, Goldfinger and Diamonds Are Forever? The answer is Shirley Bassey. Question number 3. The Paramount hit television series Yellowstone is filmed at an actual working ranch near Darby, Montana, that is named for a Nez Perce Indian leader. Name the tribal leader and you will name the ranch as well. His name is Chief Joseph. It is the Chief Joseph Ranch. Question number 4. The second longest river in North America, the mighty Mississippi, flows over 2,300 miles and drains 33 states before pouring into the Gulf of Mexico below New Orleans. It originates as a trickle flowing out of what lake in northern Minnesota? The answer is Lake Itasca. Question number 5. George Beauchamp lied about his age to get a job as a stoker on the Titanic. After helping women and children fill lifeboat number 13, he jumped in to row them to safety. Beauchamp also survived what famous World War I ship sinking, the only man documented to survive both? The answer is the Lusitania. Question number 6. Murano Island is famous for its beautiful glass artwork, while Burano Island is famous for its intricate handmade lace and colorful buildings. Both are small islands in the northern end of the lagoon near what popular Italian city? The Italian city we're looking for is Venice. Question number 7. When Los Angeles hosts the Summer Olympics in 2028, it will be the 9th time a U.S. city has played host. Los Angeles also hosted in 1932 and 1984. What is the only other U.S. city to host 2 Olympics? The answer is Lake Placid, New York. Question number 8. As of 2023, UCLA, Duke, North Carolina, and Kansas men's basketball programs have each produced more than 70 NBA drafted players. What Southeastern Conference school has produced the most drafted players with more than 100? The answer is the University of Kentucky. Question number 9. Give me the name of the club located near the Mersey River at 10 Matthew Street in Liverpool, England, where 4 guys named the Quarrymen, later renamed the Beatles, first gained popularity. They were known to perform almost 300 shows in this club. The answer is the Cavern Club. Question number 10. In 1811 and 1812, a series of 7.0 or higher earthquakes, the most powerful quakes to hit the contiguous United States east of the Rockies, struck what Missouri town, temporarily disturbing the directional flow of the Mississippi, which the town borders? I believe this was the most famous thing to happen to this town. The answer is New Madrid. Question number 11. Bridge Day has become West Virginia's largest single-day festival. Every third Saturday in October, thousands of people gather on the New River Gorge Bridge in Fayetteville to watch or participate in what daredevil activity? You might think it was bridge jumping, but it's base jumping. It's not diving. It's way too high for that. Base jumping is the answer we're looking for. Question number 12. Scottish kilts are mostly made from plaid tartan fabric, while Irish kilts are often solid colors. Both appear skirt-like, but are traditionally also worn by men. Men's trousers can also be made from tartan fabric and are called what? Those trousers are known as trews. Question number 13. Six Flags Magic Mountain in Valencia, California has more roller coasters than any other amusement park in the world, with 20 coasters. What is the world's biggest, tallest, and fastest roller coaster located in Six Flags Jackson, New Jersey? So Valencia, California has the most, but Jackson, New Jersey has the biggest, tallest, and fastest. The name of it is the King de Ka. Question number 14. In September of 2023, this 1973 album by a British band will have been on the Billboard 200 for a staggering 1,000 weeks. Name this album, which has sold over 45 million copies and is the longest ever charting album. The album we're looking for is from Pink Floyd. It's the Dark Side of the Moon. Question number 15. One of France's most stunning sights. What is the name of the Benedictine abbey that sits on an island in a bay shared by the regions of Normandy and Brittany? It was begun by Saint Albert in the 8th century and has been a Christian pilgrimage site ever since. The answer is Mont Saint-Michel. Question number 16. Each November, Angels on the Bluff is held in what historic city's cemetery overlooking the Mississippi River? The event is a fundraiser for the upkeep of the cemetery and features local people, some descendants, depicting cemetery residents. That sounds spooky. The answer is Natchez, Mississippi. Question 17. Espresso is finely ground beans infused with a small amount of hot water. A cafe Americana adds water. A mocha adds chocolate and milk. A latte adds milk to espresso, and adding vanilla and caramel to the latte makes what? I don't know anything about coffee, so I'm hoping that this is right. It makes a macchiato. I just know you add root beer to vanilla ice cream to make a float. Question number 18. Most cameos are carved from some type of shell or stone, most commonly carnelian. Most are right-facing cameo portraits and protrude from the background. Left-facing ones are rarer. Others have engraved portraits sunken into the stone, and those are called what? Cameos come out, and the intaglios are carved into the stone. Question number 19. Most holidays occur on a specific date each year, like the 4th of July, Christmas, etc. Changing each year, the date for what holiday is determined by this formula. It occurs on the first Sunday falling after the first full moon of spring. I've never really thought about it, but I guess that makes sense. The answer is Easter Sunday. And question 20. First invented by the ancient Egyptians in about 4000 BC, the modern rubber ones we're familiar with today are a version of Japanese zori brought to the US around World War II. To figure out how what objects got their name, you just have to wear them. These Japanese zori are like the modern day flip-flops. They're called flip-flops because when you wear them, they go flip-flop, flip-flop, flip. Question number 1 for Genie's quiz. They are perhaps best known for the apprehension of fugitives and also the protection and safety of government witnesses. What is this oldest law enforcement agency within the Department of Justice that operates under the direction of the Attorney General through multiple disciplines? The answer is the U.S. Marshal Service. U.S. Marshals. Question number 2. It was often created by using a single source of light falling unevenly or from a particular direction. What is this Italian artistic term that pertains to the treatment of light and shadow in paintings, drawings, or photographs, particularly the contrast and shadowing used to create a three-dimensional effect? The answer is chiaroscuro. Question number 3. These mountains are a part of the Rockies extending north approximately 40 miles into the state of Wyoming, just east of the Idaho state line. It was made famous by the photography of Ansel Adams of the Snake River Overlook. Jackson Hole is also located in what mountain range? The answer is the Tetons. Question number 4. Popular in the late 1800s and the early 1900s, this type of music is always characterized by the use of 4-part harmony and always performed a cappella. The singers will be a lead, a bass, a tenor, and a baritone, and the music is considered a blend of white and African American. The answer is barbershop music. Question number 5. In the U.S., presidential emergency action documents are a draft of classified orders or proclamations and messages to Congress. These are prepared in advance for use by the president in the event of a worst-case scenario. By what acronym are they known? Presidential emergency action documents are known as PEADs. Question number 6. What is the term for the rhetorical device often used by politicians in which the speaker calls attention to something specifically by saying he will not mention it? For example, I don't mean to suggest this, but what is that called? That rhetorical device is called a paralipsis. Question number 7. The countries of US, UK, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada are an alliance who share a broad range of intelligence with one another in one of the world's most unified multilateral agreements. What is the name of this intelligence alliance? That is known as the Five Eyes. The Five Eyes. Question number 8. This Spanish phrase, la derecha oprime, la izquierda libera, has the literal meaning of the right oppresses and the left liberates. It's a fancy way of saying what phrase that we use to help us remember which way to turn the lid or the screw. La derecha oprime, la izquierda libera, or righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. Question number 9. The Chain of Rocks Bridge crossing the Mississippi north of St. Louis, Missouri, was built in 1929 and has a distinctive bend halfway across the river. It was part of the Mother Road, otherwise known as what? What's another name for the Mother Road? The answer is Route 66. Question number 10. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Meaning unconquerable or undefeated. What is the title of this poem that was written by William Ernest Henley about courage in the face of death and keeping one's dignity despite the indignities placed before us? What is the one-word title of that poem? I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. The answer is Invictus. Question number 11. He writes a popular detective series featuring two members of the U.S. Marshal Service, named Lucas Davenport and Virgil Flowers. What is the pseudonym for best-selling author John Roswell Camp? Those stories are published under the name John Sanford. Question number 12. It's considered a final act of charity for the transfiguration of the spirit and is the most widespread way for commoners to deal with death. What is the name given to this Tibetan funeral tradition that involves allowing a corpse to be devoured on a mountaintop? The name sounds way better than the description. They call it a sky burial. That's the answer, not being devoured on a mountaintop. Question number 13. Caused by rising air with a forward shear that blows across the rising air, What is the name of the new cloud category that was made official in 2017 that has rippling or turbulent wave appearance and are usually low-lying and appear just ahead of a storm front? This new cloud category is asperitas, or Undulatus asperitas. Question number 14. This American singer-songwriter died in 2003 from mesothelioma. He wrote a beautiful song as a final farewell called Keep Me in Your Heart. Who was this man who was probably better known for his song Werewolves of London? Werewolves of London by Warren Zevon. Question number 15. There are only 4 common words in the English language which end in DOUS. 3 of them are stupendous, tremendous, and horrendous. But a stupendously tremendous and horrendous accident could be what 4th DOUS to your health? The answer is hazardous. Question number 16. Not a pound or a number symbol. This is the technical name for the hashtag symbol. What is the name of this 8-pointed figure that is found on keyboards and keypads that is also used as the background for a game of tic-tac-toe? That specific shape or design is called an octothorpe. Question number 17. The human body is commonly known to have 5 senses, but many of us have more. Chronoception, a sense of time passing, thermoception, being able to gauge the temperature, and proprioception, which is the awareness of where your body parts are. What is nocioception? The answer is the awareness of pain, nocioception. Question number 18. Capable of great destruction. What is the technical term for the widespread and severe windstorm that moves several miles in a fairly straight line along with bands of thunderstorms? That is called a derecho. Question number 19. Common in the early 1900s in the Appalachians, it involves friends and family singing and laughing and banging on pots and pans outside of the couple's bedroom window. What is the name of this very noisy mock serenade for a newly married couple? I believe there's also a band that has this name. Otherwise, it's not a very common word. The term we're looking for is a chivalry. And question 20. Last vocabulary question for the day. This is a term for the earthy fragrance during a rain after a long dry spell due to chemical compounds and decomposing vegetation in the soil. What is the name of this scent that can travel rapidly downwind to alert people there is rain on the way soon? That specific smell of rain is called petrichor. All right, that is it for today. Thank you for watching today's episode of ROADTRIpVIA.